Good morning, Emily. Just checking to see if you can hear us okay.
Yes, good morning. I can hear you just fine.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Emily. Can you hear us okay?
Can anybody hear us okay?
Hey, Dawn, you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit.
Okay, how about now?
It's a little better. It's still a little staticky.
Why don't you try that really good?
Okay, how about me, Emily? Can you hear me?
I can
Or
hear
am I
you.
also staticky?
Yeah, it's pretty staticky.
Okay. Oh, okay. Not sure what we should do with that.
And what to Emily's end, the speakers have been really good in here. That's one thing that's been
Yeah.
solid.
How about anyone else online? Is it static for you or is it clear? Is it just Emily?
It's very staticky. Anytime anyone talks, it's just filled with static.
Okay, thank you.
That could be because of that pole fire, Mike. Then probably could have with the electrical and the internet after the.
We had an electrical fire here over the weekend. We had a whole bunch of things, including thermostats. That's one thing that's been working on. And it could affect the speakers. Yeah, add it to the list.
Laura, I'm so sorry. Emily, I'm sorry. But now what I don't know how to fix.
I could log into the meeting and use my laptop for her, at least facilitate.
And I can on this side as well. When people are
I
talking.
can
on this
barely
side.
hear you too. The static is so loud that it overrides everything you're saying.
Okay, we're gonna try something else. Give us a few minutes.
So I just really want to see if you guys can pick up my voice with my computer on.
Yeah, yours is like crystal clear, Colleen.
Golden.
I can hear you great.
Yep.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Colleen, it's great. There's a little bit of an echo. Can you test again?
Okay, we're still working on it. Hold on. Okay, just want to see really quick online if you guys can hear us.
I
Or
can hear
me.
you. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you perfect, Colleen.
Okay, just one second. Okay, we're still working on it. There was an issue with their electrical over the weekend, and they're just realizing that that may have had some issues on impacts on their system. So we're working to get a phone option. Hey, Emily, can you let in Mike's cell phone number? It's 971, and what's the next number?
Something.
Something, yeah. So he should be able to get on here soon.
Yeah, I think I just let him in.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, is there any static there?
You sound perfect, Mike.
Oh, of course I do. Thank you. That's great. All right. We're gonna see how well this works from wherever. What's that? Yeah, that would be a good idea. Awesome. Okay. Let's just do one more thing, and I'm gonna turn this speaker all the way down. And can we turn this speaker on and see if we get any feedback? All right, let's see. We getting any feedback?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're going on this then.
Not loud.
Good morning, this is Lisa High. This is the SBAC meeting. How are we coming through today? Emily?
It's
You sound good.
Sound good? Oh, great. Yay.
still, it's
Still
still
what?
spotty, Lisa.
Okay.
It's better than it was, but it's still a little bit spotty. This is Laura.
Okay, thank you. You're coming through very clearly. You want to do housekeeping? Or any housekeeping? No, no housekeeping. Then we're going to do some roll call right now. I'm going to start. I'm Lisa High. I'm from Astoria. I represent non-motorized recreational use. Great.
Greg Jacob from Hillsborough, environmental representative.
Margaret Magruder, Columbia County Commissioner, representing the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. Amanda Sullivan Astor, Associated Oregon Loggers, representing logging industry.
Barrett Brown, SBAC member representing motorized recreation.
How about the members online? Cheryl? Dan?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Stark. I'm with Forestry and Natural Resources Extension for Oregon State. I cover the North Coast and Central, starting in Clatsop, Tillamook, and down to Lincoln. Good to see everybody. Thanks, tech team. Great job.
Cheryl, are you there?
John, can you scroll down to see if there's any?
Susan was on.
Oh, yeah, and Susan. Thank you.
Susan's here. She's trying.
Susan, can you unmute your phone?
Hi, I'm Susan Knudsen Overmeyer, and I'm non-affiliated, and I'm recovering from my second knee surgery, so I will be leaving the meeting after lunch because I have physical therapy. And I don't have a picture of you guys. I see the people online come on, but I don't see the room anymore.
Oh.
Emily, can you pin that to the, can you pin our picture to the Zoom call?
Yeah, let me just figure it out real quick.
Again.
Susan, this is Dan Stark. You can also pin it yourself. So what you do is you go up to your right-hand corner of the screen where everybody's sitting around, if you can see that at the table. And if you you click the upper right there and scroll down, there's an option to pin it. And when I did that, I get nothing but the main screen of everybody sitting around the table.
Yes. So you would be the one to pin it.
Yeah, that pins it for us. I don't know that it pins it for Susan. But
Yeah, I've got everybody. I'm just trying to figure out how to change something here.
Okay, perfect.
Great. Cheryl, are you there yet? Yeah. Yeah, Mike, you want to start?
Good morning. Welcome to Forest Grove. And this is our new IT system. I apologize yet again. It works really well when it works. So anyway, Mike Caffrey at Forest Grove District Forester.
Don Everingham, Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Morning, folks. Dan Goody, Astoria District Forester.
Ron Silly, State Forest Deputy Division Chief. Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief. Jeff Peck, Forest Grove Marketing Unit Forester.
Steph Field, Forest Grove Operations Coordinator.
Good morning, Kyle Top, Sam Unit Forester, North Cascade District.
Morning, Harold Stevens, Tillamook District Operations Coordinator.
Morning, everyone. Cody Valencia, State Forest Unit Forester for the West Oregon District.
Hello, I'm Chuck Beeling, Assistant District Forester for Western Lake District.
Colleen Kaiser, Planning and Operations Manager.
Good morning, all. Vanessa Petro, Staff Wildlife Biologist. Good morning, Kate Skinner, Tillamook District Forester.
Morning, Joe Wofford, Recreation Program Manager. Morning, Derek Bangs, Planning and Operations Specialist.
And then maybe I'll move to online here. We'll start with Emily.
Good morning, Emily Shook, State Forest Office Specialist in Salem and SFAC Admin.
Thank you, TJ.
Good morning, everybody. TJ Ramos, Assistant Southern Oregon Area Director down in Roseburg for ODF.
Thank you. Bill Cogley.
Hello, Bill Cogley with Trash No Land Organization, representing responsible target shooting on public lands.
Great, thank you. Laura?
Good morning, everyone. Laura Frederickson. I serve as the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program Manager.
Tim Hoffman?
I'm Tim, Public Affairs Officer for ODF, based in Salem.
Thank you. Tyson?
Hi all, Tyson Weprick, Adaptive Management and Monitoring Specialist out of Salem.
John Walter?
State Forest Silviculturalist, based out of Salem.
Thank you. Denise?
Good morning, all. Denise Berkshire, Tillamook Forest Center Director.
You, Clarissa?
Good morning, everyone. Clarissa Parker, Community Engagement Coordinator for the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program.
Thank you. And then there is a phone number. Is that you, Mike? 0856?
No, that's not.
How about a phone number ending in 0856? Okay. I think that's everybody.
Maybe try Cheryl one more time. I noticed she unmuted on Zoom. Yeah.
Cheryl?
Yeah.
We still can't hear. Maybe make sure you're not double muted somehow on your device as well as the Zoom meeting.
I know she did say she was driving, and she'll be joining us till about noon, till she loses service.
Okay.
5412.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
The next thing on the agenda is public comments. We have a couple of people from the public online. Is there any comments? Just raise your hand, I guess, would be the. So I guess that would be just Bill and that number we don't know, and who else? And Michael Lang, and Michael. Is he not, I don't think he introduced himself either. Oh, he's gone, okay. All right. Okay. So I think we'll move along then. The next on the agenda is field tour reflections, and I'm going to go around and ask folks for their reflections. It's not a Hallmark commercial though, but Barry, can we start with you?
Sure. That was another great pretty dense. The whole program was a good compact program. We sometimes get stretched out, and reflecting last night, we covered a lot of good ground, and it was kind of nice to also get our heart rates up a little bit on a walk. It was kind of a nice twist, it just kind of bands can be kind of tiring, but you're not doing anything, so getting your heart rate up was good. The site up in Astoria was so great. The Classic District, sorry, it's a great microcosm, a lot of subjects around, especially the HCP and the private service provider stations was really good. So it might be great to get the whole band back together a little bit more as far as the committee, and don't tend to lay a heavy burden on the people who can't make it. I've been there too, but it'd just be great to get our attendance up for the these somehow, but. That's good morning for me. Good band conversations. I forgot to mix up my seating. Smarter guy would change band seats and bands, you know, but
Want to just go around the circle?
Sure.
Okay, this is Amanda for those online. Yeah, I thought it was a really good field tour. I always learn a lot since I don't work in the recreation space. You know, it's always beneficial to get a kind of wide swath of what the department does. Had a lot of really good conversations as well. I think that's one of the really good benefits of being in person is kind of all those side conversations and car conversations and hike conversations. And so that was really good. Even touching base on, you know, stuff that we saw last field tour. So, you know, having Kyle and some of the folks over from Santiam following up on some of that stuff was really good. You know, I think a lot of the recreation stuff that the department's doing that we saw with the shooting lanes and some of the interesting things and developments on the trail was really good. The rail, can't remember what it is, Salmonberry trail is super interesting. I think there's a lot of opportunities on the education side as far as, you know, working with the public and multiple different user groups and thinking about how we deal with not necessarily user conflict, but the different levels of understanding and types of use that people come to the forest for. And that includes the forest product side. So I always really value hearing from our members, and you know, Hotkeys is one of our members. I didn't realize I had so many employees and so many different pieces of equipment, and hearing about just all the overhead running a small business, a local business, and what they have to deal with to try to meet the demands of you know, getting work done on the ground, I think is really valuable. It's always really valuable for me to hear kind of from the horse's mouth about that. I mean, I'm a forester by trade, but it's different hearing from the actual practitioners, I think. So that was really valuable. And you know, it's always encouraging that, you know, even though there's a lot of change happening as it relates to harvest levels and acreage and what we can do in different places, that there's still positivity among people that are working on the ground and really want to be a part of the solution and moving things forward. So I thought that was really positive, and I thought all the stops were really good.
can I piggyback on your time?
Sure.
I think I can't emphasize enough how valuable the organization's investment in staff support and you know, even though there were not, you know, 20 of us SBAC members there, it was really, I think, a high value investment for your resources, the public's resources in a tour, in that tour, and having a private operator. He's not getting his paycheck doesn't derive from coming to talk to us out there in the field. And so a commitment from a busy guy to come up there and spend the afternoon talking to us. I appreciate well, anybody who's volunteering their time to come talk to us is I'm impressed by that. So maybe word gets back to him that we appreciate him doing the work and reflecting how proud he is of his work and his profession. So it's always a nice thing.
Wow, everything that Amanda said, and especially what Barrett said at the end, I truly appreciated Adam being there and bringing reality to the table, what's happening on the ground and how my constituents make their living. I just think that it's so important for us to recognize the dollars and cents of all of this. I love the fact that you mentioned that you're going to rehearse. Is that the part?
Rehearse, yeah.
That you're going to continue thinning there, because I saw two trees sticking together. I wanted them to have an opportunity to get bigger and be more impressive. The hike was fabulous. Thank you. I was able to eat 10,000 calories after that to make up for it. And I admired Amanda terribly for making that hike and never even complaining at all. She's wonderful. The shooting grounds, I keep thinking that you have to be able to make some money off that somehow. ODF is going to need to be figuring out ways to generate some funds here. Since natural resources gets 2% of the state budget, and that is all natural resource agencies. We're going to have to figure out how to keep this operation going. So I'm thinking those people maybe need a permit or would need to charge something. There's got to be some way to make that the paying proposition. This has just been a wonderful, I think it's one of the best tours that we've had, although I've been on multiple of them, and I really enjoyed this one and enjoyed the conversations. So thank you.
I too enjoyed the tour yesterday. I think I'll just focus my comment on the shooting lanes, which was quite informational and educational for me. And I know that the ODF doesn't have control over the shooting lanes, but tries to manage them as well as they can. My question is, if there is severe, maybe for the ODF staff, if there's a severe violation or two, where's the enforcement come from? How is that handled?
Sure. Yeah, we work with the county sheriff's department in whatever county that is. Anytime there's an issue related to target shooting lanes, or we work with Tillamook County if it's on that side of the forest. In this case, that'd be, well, actually it's Tillamook County, so is that Washington? Washington. It's Washington. Yeah, that's Washington County.
Normally the sheriff's office.
If it was a fire started too, it could be the arriving forest officer or someone on scene that could cite them for, allowing fire to spread or.
So it depends on what the violation is. If it's reckless endangerment, sheriff. If it's shooting a illegal target, like a tracer rounds during fire season, and that'd be the forest officer. If it's offensive littering, that'd be the sheriff. Those are essentially the three things we probably have to enforce on. He's definitely nodding yes, she's our expert. So, but shooting itself is not illegal. It's so you can make a mess there with shooting.
So just to wrap up here, and I should have started this in the beginning, was we went to the North Fork, Wolf Creek target shooting lanes. We then went to the Iron Fire timber sale, and then we went to Rears Camp. And we also talked about the Salmonberry Trail, both at Rears and also while we were waiting for the van at the firehouse in Banks. My comments, I have just a couple. It was great to learn more about Salmonberry from ODF's perspective. That was really informative for me. It was wonderful to have the planner / manager of ODF talking about the timber sale, and also to have the operations contractor there. Both were excellent, and I learned a lot. So I want to thank you for that. The target shooting lanes, we've talked about these before, and years ago, you all did a little survey. I think you had a student do a survey of all the shooting that is happening in the Forest Grove district. And so it was nice to see, one area that you've focused on it. And I know it's a really big issue and a real problem. And it was good to see that, it was good to see how even though there was a fire there in April, it was good to see how clean it was. So not to Bill, I think it's important for those groups to support their own recreation. So thank you. It was really great. I learned a lot.
So Joe, Randy, a couple of years ago had a kind of zone layer
for shooting activity. And, you know, they obviously was be, so the kind of thing you put up on your website, that it was basically like a heat map, you know, there's a little bit of shooting here, a little bit there, a little bit more here, you know, in these zones where like Beaver Dam Rockford was this, you know, big red spot. It'll be interesting to see what a revisit of that project would be after 5 years of your efforts, bouldering and subtle social pressures, if that ends up looking better or less scary. It was on the screen from a distance, like,
Right.
don't look close, you know, I'm only gonna have this up for 5 seconds, gonna try not to advertise where these spots were for the public and invite them to go crazy, but that might be an interesting way to show progress, that's all I'm
Right.
getting at.
Yeah, good idea.
Girls.
Cheryl, are you there? Perchance? All right. We see you up on the screen, but we don't hear you. Right. Shall we move on? Or what? Okay, sorry, Cheryl. Don't know what to say. So we're supposed to take a break now. No, okay, good, okay. Derek, you're up next.
Nope, I'm gonna, you guys get to hear from me twice today.
Okay.
So Derek and I have been dividing and conquering
Okay,
myriad of things, so this one landed to me. I didn't know that in April when we set the agenda, so. So thank you for taking on some of the other things that are.
okay,
Okay, let me get my presentation up.
all right. So we have a switch from Derek Bangs to Colleen Kaiser for the annual operations plan update.
Yeah, before Colleen gets started,
Okay.
so folks online, can you weigh in real quick on how well you can hear throughout that whole thing?
If people can lean in, it would be helpful because it's still a little bit spotty. I mean, way better than the beginning, but if you can just speak louder, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm just trying to get audio to work still on my end.
That's Cheryl.
Oh, that's Cheryl, we heard you, actually.
Okay, I have something called safe driving mode enabled, so I'm very attentive with my ears and just wanted to thank everybody for welcoming me at my first field tour. I've signed up for 3 years, I understand, and it's good to meet in person the people that have been volunteering. Greg, in your case, almost 6 years. But yeah, I look forward to continuing this involvement in our state forest growth and success. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Cheryl. Safe driving.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, there's one more second. And we'll get-
You will.
You all should be. Just push it back. It's back.
All right, let's see here. Looks like I've got some batteries.
Yep. Trevor, your first driver.
Okay.
Share it back.
The world changes.
Small world after all.
Yes. As you can see, we'd moved closer. That was, high intellectual thinking there. But we did it, and hopefully it will help. Thank you.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Can't see my notes and that's important. I'm working to get into presenter mode. So I'm gonna pull it up a little bit.
Your laptop?
No,
Should we wheel that thing over?
Can you guys hear me okay?
We should move it closer. Yeah, I'm listening and it's a little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
100%.
Just another day doing the bear dance.
You guys sound great on my end now.
Okay, perfect. All right. So as I mentioned before, my name's Colleen Kaiser. I'm the Planning and Operations Manager, and part of the role that I play and my team plays is working with the districts and the staff specialists in the process of developing our annual operations plan. And so, you know, we've made some adjustments this year where in October, we brought some additional concepts and kind of the things that we wanted to work through this year. We made some adjustments to the winter meeting, so it was earlier in the process, and that's something that we'll take a look at and see what worked well. You know, we've gotten some feedback from you guys, and after we get through this meeting, we'll kind of reassess, did that work? Is that the right time? You know, what are we really looking for in those earlier kind of stages of input? But we want to get through the process before we kind of look at it from a whole. So we're going to do that in July. To kind of start planning for the next year, and we'll be working with the chair to kind of make adjustments as needed. So where we are at in the FY25 process is we're currently on the last day of our 45-day public comment period. It started on April 3rd and it ends today at 5 p.m. I have on here, so I wrote this Wednesday, the slide, I had adjusted it on Wednesday, and now we're well over about 1,000 comments, which is pretty, in relation to comments, I think the most I've seen is 200 a couple of years ago. So that's, you know, some good interest out there. And, you know, people are kind of digging in and getting us some information. The comments have touched on a variety of topics and cover, you know, a pretty wide range of perspectives. We have received most of them in the last couple of days. And so I don't have everything in here. So the majority of them is in there, the themes. There's a couple of high level themes that you'll see that kind of go through the majority of these comments, but I took a quick glance Wednesday to just make sure I wasn't missing any big topics. And then obviously I didn't get to them yesterday. And my staff didn't get through those yesterday because they were just kind of coming in. I think we've already had like 40 this morning. So we expect to kind of see that throughout the day. We usually get the bulk in the last couple of days of public comment. So this isn't surprising. And we're geared up to work through those. And I'll talk through the process that we're going to take kind of at the end of the presentation. So one of the things we've been asked for by SFAC is kind of some sideboards or just kind of what we expect from feedback that we get. And so I thought I would just set the tone of that so you can kind of be thinking of that as we go through kind of the high level review of those comments, because at the end of it, I am going to ask for some feedback from the board or from the committee. So really our advice is kind of from your perspective and the interests that you represent, kind of your thoughts about the comments that we get and any feedback that you have for us to consider in light of the comments that we have had. But our biggest ask is to think about kind of what we have to work within, the sideboards we have to work within. So we've got our forest management plan, we have a habitat conservation plan, and we have our implementation plans. And why that's important is because we're going to get the comments that you're going to see. I didn't filter them for accuracy. I didn't filter them for being within those sideboards. So we'll have comments that are like no harvesting or you need to do a lot more harvesting. And while those are kind of out of scope with our plans, they're still comments and they show perspectives of the people that we work with and or the people that we serve. And so I didn't want to filter those, but I do ask that as you're helping us kind of work through and providing feedback, that it is in the context of what we're able to do within our plans and the rules that we have to follow. So I'm going to stop there and just see if there's any questions on that piece before I get started. Right. So we often receive comments at different levels that affect different scales of our business. So I'm going to start with kind of the higher level broad topics that when folks commented, they didn't identify a specific district, or they just said all of state forests, or some of them are all forests in Oregon, really broad. But you'll see consistently, like it does kind of scale down, like what people are concerned about on a broad level, they're also concerned about at a very local level. And then I'll talk about specific programs like recreation. We've received a lot of comments on recreation this year. So we'll go through those. Then we have some district specific comments that folks, they're more general to the district, but they're still people really concerned about kind of what's happening in their backyard or in the county they live in. And so I'll talk about those. And then we also got a number of sales specific comments, and I'm going to take you through the two largest ones of those. So for the broad level comments, we've seen comments that recommend us to harvest more, to clear cut less, or to stop clear cutting altogether, to retain all complex layered forest structures, specifically to meet key performance measure 10, which is a legislative performance measure that requests or that measures if we're increasing complex structure on our forests. We've also received a lot of comments that say that we shouldn't harvest in riparian conservation areas. We shouldn't harvest in habitat conservation areas. That we should avoid logging altogether, and we should avoid pesticide and or herbicide application. We have received comments that specifically they'd like us to not do pesticide or herbicide application near or upslope of drinking water sources. And then specifically that state forests should be managed for all Oregonians, not any one specific group. We also have received, a number of out of scope comments that are targeted towards other planning processes. So the habitat conservation plan, the draft forest management plan, or also some of the other divisions. And so what we try to do is route those. So I didn't include those in this because there's a number of them, and it kind of they really are out of scope. And so what we do is we try to get those funneled to the right people, so they have those and they are aware that there's some concerns there. Okay. I need to move both of them at the same time. Sorry about that. All right. So I talked about that we also get specific comments for certain programs. So we've gotten about 100 comments so far that are really related to specific recreation projects or just specifically to recreation. There's huge support for one of the operations that we have outlined in the annual operations of the plan this year, the Larch Mountain Trail project. I think the majority of the comments received around recreation really focus on that. There were also embedded in those, and then some additional comments that really just supported more mountain bike trails in general. So Larch Mountain Trail is a mountain bike trail that we have planned. And so the community really came out in force on that. In those comments were embedded a lot of discussions about restrooms and garbage cans at trailheads, and just really wanted the department to know that that was a priority for them. And I think that came through pretty loud and clear. Some additional recommendations were building gazebos and benches during those trailheads for people to rest and to commune and to be able to have conversations. And then another couple comments came through just discussing our experience level trail rating system, and that it was put in place about, I think they said about 10 years ago, and that it just needed to be looked at, reevaluated, just make sure that it was in alignment with the technology and experience of the riders that are using Forest. So those were the majority of the recreation ones.
And that's for mountain bikes, this last one.
I don't know specifically, but my guess is it probably is. Just go ahead.
We have a rating for all trails, but my guess is that, yeah, it's likely around mountain bikes in this case, but we'll look into that comment further.
Yeah.
So a rating for walking, riding.
I assume for difficulty, that's the assumption. We have anything from, difficult to not difficult, easy. So that's our rating scale.
Just in the context of an AOP discussion and how to filter these comments. Am I right that this is kind of a blend? So there are comments about particular AOP project. I support this, I don't support this. And on this slide, there are also comments that they're not really AOP comments. They're guidance for the program. Please, I like gazebos. So there are two sets of comment types here on the slide.
There is, and essentially how they embedded it was, and you'll see this amongst all the operations that we do, is we like this project or we don't like this project, or this is how I think we would improve that project. So a lot of these build restrooms, build gazebos, we're saying at the Larch Mountain Trailhead or the Drift Creek Trailhead, we would like to see these things, and in other places as well. Like that's kind of how the comments come in.
Bootstrapped too, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's,
yeah.
It's just good to set that context, because there's so much comes in over the bow that you've got to try and fit them into an AOP, useful AOP context, and just wanted to clarify.
And I think that's kind of the art or the work that we're going to be doing. And I'll talk about this in next steps, but it's what can we educate on when we do our comment response? What can we, what changes do we actually make? Is there anything that the districts or recreation can take from the specific comments that might actually alter the plans before we approve the plan? And then is like, what is future work that we can maybe adjust or include and consider for future annual operations plans? Those are kind of the three levels that we work through.
I know you work so hard on this, and there's a lot to do in the AOP comment space. And I'm being a recreation guy, I like, as much comment, as much leverage as we can get for this moment. But I also recognize that it would be a mistake or an unmanageable mistake to allow, the world to use the AOP comment period as leverage to open up other discussions. And so I was just going to maybe put my own community under a pressure to make sure that wasn't happening here, because you end up with a permanent FTE all year long, just
doing public comment.
Yeah, just doing public comment on AOPs. So I want to restrain my own self or my own community here.
Yeah, copy that. I will say the majority of the comments that I read or that we went through were really focused on the projects, and then it was like, here's some additional things to consider.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Okay, Margaret, did you have a comment? Okay. All right. To my notes. Log back in. Sorry about that. All right. So kind of tearing down to the next level, we had specific comments on the North Cascade district and on the Astoria district that were really, it felt like they were more targeted to the, the district in itself, or like, for example, so North Cascade, we received specific comments about not harvesting in Marion County. And then along with that, there was a recommendation to move up a alternate sale into a primary. So that way that there would be harvesting in that county that year. On Astoria district, we got some general comments that just expressed concern and opposition to clear cutting, herbicide application, harvesting of complex stands in general, and recommendations to evaluate areas adjacent to property owners and drinking water and trading it for comparable areas within existing habitat conservation areas. So those were kind of the ones that weren't targeted to specific sales, but you'll see some themes from the overall kind of general comments towards the district, and then to the specific sales. So I'll stop there, see if there's any questions on that.
Colleen, question, and one of the reasons why I really want to come today is the first time in my career, and I think it's new to State Forest, is we've had a small advocacy group get involved with folks during public comment period, to the point where they've gone and talked to homeowners that are adjacent to proposed sales with partial truths and partial untruths, and started a campaign blitz during the public comment period, to the point where I've talked to all 5 county commissioners, senator, representative, and I know it's already going on at the governor's office. So this is the first time I've ever seen this during public comment, before we even had a chance to talk to the landowners from a draft plan. So this is a new twist to the whole public comment period piece.
And Dan's exactly right. We've, so as I get into these specific public comment sales, we've kind of followed the general process that we've used, since I've been in this role, and then prior to that. And we learn things and we make adjustments, but sometimes we don't know what we don't know. And so this is kind of a new scenario that we're encountering. And as we go through the comments that we received, we'll take a look at our engagement process and kind of how we structure our AOP and public comment for next year, and kind of considering that's some of the feedback we're looking for today as well. So, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just get started. So we've received a high, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
For Dan, this is news to me. These advocacy groups, are they showing up to public testimony? Are they going to individual houses?
As far as I know, they've actually gone and knocked on the doors of at least 6 homes that possibly next to the Mothball Hill timber sale, and provided them with a write-up from Nancy Webster from the whatever group that's
The North Coast Drinking Water something.
and had conversations with them. And some of the conversations I've had with those groups, they've been giving us, of course, you hear it secondhand, so you don't know exactly what they told them, but they've talked about pesticides. There's nothing in our plan saying we're going to aerially spray this. They've got some facts that they're telling back to me that aren't actually true. So I don't know, and it's been challenging to have a meaningful conversation with those folks, because this third party has inserted themselves in there. So it becomes challenging. And I don't want to get in a conversation with an adjacent landowner, because many times there's potentially a real property issue to deal with budding landowner property lines. And I don't want a third party in the middle of their personal business.
And so Dan, are you experiencing this as this landowner then is guided to engage in the AOP public comment process around to achieve?
They're engaging there and with their county commissioners and with the governor's office and with Representative Javati and Senator Weber. So I mean, they're they're not letting, the system hasn't played out yet. We're still in public comment till close of business today.
And I'm digging into this just to make sure. I'm understanding what's happening, and wouldn't that be similar to the regular churn of the comments you get that are either, people having, been exposed to all the information, or they have personal desires about forests, and you're filtering those all the time.
Yeah.
You're just, maybe it's more systematized than normal.
Yeah, it's just, when people get very, get told some things and it's in their backyard, they get very emotional about them. And it's hard to have a fact-based conversation when people already have a picture in their head.
Yep, and I was just making sure in my mind that sounds exactly the same that I've watched starting 23 years ago in this chair and this meeting. And, part of the obligation is, as SPAC members, is to, do what you can when you go back into the world and explain the right place and time for those kind of comments, because there is. It's good to know.
Yeah, go ahead. Mike.
Yeah, and so just so this group knows, North Coast Communities for Watershed Protection, they have reached out to Cal and me as well, as has Oregon Wild, to try and have an audience with us about this specific sale. And one of the things I want to make sure everybody here understands, since we have folks that are newer to the group, as well as, our AOP is framing up what can be there. We have primaries, we have alternates. We have a lot of things come up once even a plan is approved that we may want to work on more. So I think sometimes people think that, oh, doors closed when this plan's approved, it's going to be exactly like this, and it's like, no, because one of the things so at a district level, reaching out to neighboring landowners happens most often once a plan is approved, and then we get closer to actual, auction and sale. And there's a number of things that we work with landowners on. So I think there's a real full court press on some of this stuff right now, because people think it's more final than it really is. So I just kind of want to, because there is space here, and I just want to make sure everybody understands we have operational space.
Yeah, and that's been a little bit of the frustration at the field level, is the amount of misinformation that's out there. The point where some of the landowners actually thinking, they're going to start cutting this July 1st. We're talking about a fourth quarter fiscal 25 sale. So there's just, you need to start engaging with those landowners. They actually know the facts.
Yeah, and you kind of brought up the point of, the process that we use is we collect the information, we work through it, we develop a response that, kind of works to dispelling some of the myths and kind of the getting the facts straight and demystifying kind of the information that's out there. It identifies who we do outreach with, what types of educational opportunities we may need to do in the future, if we need to change our process. And then also if there's any feedback that is actionable, that, makes some adjustments to the sales. And that's all the stuff that comes kind of after public comment closes. And we don't know necessarily what people are going to get excited about, or that they're going to, have a lot of passion over. And so this is the process that we use. Does that mean, we do plan on doing an AAR after this, after action review, and just seeing if there's adjustments in our process that we need to consider in light of what we've learned. But it's the same process that we've used for the last 10 years. Go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through, this group, the State Forest Advisory Committee, and our role, and you kind of outlined some of that, Colleen, at the top. I think that this group can workshop some of that with you guys, and also making sure that in the response to comments that it's highlighted that this is a body that we provide public comment at. Nobody provided any, right? Like all of those landowners could come. that advocacy group could come and share with us for a few minutes what is on their mind. And this body is here to hear that and take that in and then advise this ODF on, a path forward. And so just as we continue to move through the summary of public comment, I'm also thinking about how this body can be used to help advise, to help workshop, to help identify maybe some paths forward from our diverse perspectives.
And one of the things we've seen, kind of an influx of new folks that are interested in state forests and the processes that we use. And one of the responses we'll consider as we're going through is like, here's the process that we do. Here is kind of the planning process when we do public comment, what that process looks like at a high level, so that we've educated people for future years of how to engage and at what level to engage at to be heard. And so hoping, it's a really big audience of new people. There's a lot of names that I've never seen before coming through, like 800 names that I've never seen before. So, so I think, that's one way to get the message out, because they feel pretty passionate about it. A lot of capitalizations and exclamation points in these comments, and which is fine. And we read every single one of them and make sure that we're considering what information we're provided. So, nothing of concern. We just have work to do to resolve and to kind of work through the comments that we have received. So with that, if you guys don't mind, I'll kind of get into the specifics, and then we can kind of just get your feedback from the perspectives. So on the mothball field sale, like I talked about, you'll see it kind of at the state level, the district level we were seeing these at, and then getting into some of the more specifics. So, opposition.
Can you tell me where this sale is?
I will let Dana do that.
Just north of Highway 30.
Generally.
North of Highway.
It's in the Astoria district.
It's in the Astoria district, in between the town and Napa and Astoria on the S curves, for those of you that are aware of the area.
So it's right along the highway?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So there's probably some concern since we had a slide there a little bit.
There is.
That's a little further to the west.
Yes.
This is almost in the Fern Hill area.
Okay. All right. Just.
So we're getting a lot of recommendations to not clear cut or to provide herbicide applications to these areas. A lot of concerns over the impacts to wildlife. There's a eagle sanctuary in the area.
It's 2 miles away.
2 miles away, but they did reference that a lot. It's adjacent, or not adjacent, but you can see the Columbia River, is in that area. So that was brought up a lot. Concerns over drinking water, concerns to local folks that live in the area and to pollinators. They have also been concerning impacts to adjacent property owners about property values, safety to homes, scenic values, tourism, and concerns of impacts to commercial and recreational fishing. Also received a lot of comments of harvesting on steep slopes within the unit, concerns about slides in the area next to Highway 30 and potential impacts to the railroad. We've received recommendations on this site to preserve the complex structure. A lot of concerns about that these were natural stands that have never been managed. We had put in a line in the AOP that it had no prior management history, and that was really talking about like recent management history. So that's something that we'll be addressing and making updates to, because it was a planted stand and there has been management in the past. We just worded it wrong, and then that was on all of our AOPs. We used that, so lesson learned there. So we've recommendations to preserve complex structure. There were also recommendations to utilize no harvest areas adjacent to the homes, potentially selling the parcel adjacent to the homes, using selective harvests when selecting which trees to take out of there, And then also seeking alternate harvest locations. Some of it is just, please don't harvest here. Some of it is put this into a habitat conservation area. So we kind of received a wide variety there. And then there was some concern on the impacts to cultural and historical resources that they thought might be in the area. Go ahead.
How many acres does this involve?
100 and
Approximately 109.
thank you.
So any specifics on the cultural or historic resources?
There were no, I think the historical side was some historical railroad. But we've done the cultural screens and gone through our process on that. So that's something that we'll have to resolve through the comment response, just to see if there's anything we might have been missing. So we'll take a look at that. But my understanding is we've gone through the process that we normally go through on those.
It's gone through the SHPO screen in consultation with the tribes.
Yeah.
What is the, I don't know, Derek or Dan, you might not know this offhand, but the 109 acres, what is the estimated like linear feet actually with adjacent neighborhood?
Off the top of my head, like Dan was saying, there's approximately 6.
There's 6 homes and you have 5 on one side and 1 over here right next to the fire hall.
Okay.
So it's an irregular shaped ownership parcel. In our neighborhood, they're kind of carved out of the woods right next to our ownership, and then 1 home right down at the bottom. The area has been heavily managed over the years. We've been that whole knob back in the early 2000s. The majority of it blew down in the 07 coastal gale. They're on the lee side of the hill towards those 5 homes. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what, you have to go out and lay it out to figure out what, to answer your question, how much board foot is near those homes.
Yeah.
Try to hazard a guess, I'd say a half an acre.
Yeah, and I'm talking like linear feet is, yeah.
Yeah, so those 5 lots that are on, and it's the eastern edge of the timber sale, and so the 5 lots are all smaller lot sizes. So it's not like acre blocks, they're more like half acre blocks in that wedge.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand like the actual gravity and context of the commenters and kind of where they're.
And the proposed spraying would be.
And that's part of the information piece is, we talked that there was going to be a need for site prep, but we didn't cover any of that within the pre-operation report. That particular area lends itself to backpack spraying. You've got BPA power lines in the area, you've got the highway, you've got homes, so I mean, it'd be an obvious candidate for that. But we didn't really address that in the pre-op report, and that's gotten about half the concern with dealing with pesticides.
And any community water systems that are, there's not even a stream up there.
There's 1 stream that's heavily buffered that goes into the Columbia.
Yeah, so the drinking water concerns is kind of like, where's that coming from?
Correct.
So it's not wells, no wells.
No, they're all on that.
They're all on that.
Which is on wells on state forest ownership further up by Big Noise.
Okay. I have one more slide and then if you guys are ready to move on. The second sale of concern, or that we've received a lot of comments on. Oh, do it in both slots. Thank you. Keeping me honest. This is the Davis Ridge sale, and I'll stop here if you can kind of orient us to where it is on the district banner.
Browns Mead area. Again, similar situation where 1 line is up against 4 or 5 homes.
Well, could you call up the maps just so we can see them? It's, so it's easier.
Yeah.
Also,
Yes.
the fault of the.
A little wonky on
I
my.
know, so sorry for.
It's okay.
Jumping in, but I think it'd be more helpful for people to actually look at the exhibits.
Would it be easier to go through the comments and then pull it up, or go through?
Why talking about it would be more relevant.
It's, I just saw the corner from the Mothball Hill and, it's more understandable to hear the comments after you've seen the map.
Okay, just give me 1 second and I'll get there. Almost there. So I'll start with Mothball Hill and I'll pull that one up and I'll also pull up the David's Ridge one just so you can see where we were. I should have just brought up the web app.
Yeah.
That's what I'll bring up.
Web app's got all the
Way
information.
better. Okay. Almost there.
We got plenty of time.
I hate
It's all good. Don't screw it up.
I know, I just hate it. It's so hard. You can get anything out of me if you wait long enough. I just gave you all my secrets. All right. I just need to make sure that I'm in the right. See it right here, Davis Ridge. Hey Derek, can you come for a second? Oh, there it is. I found it. This is it right here, right? Okay. You guys can tell I talk to myself a lot while I work. All right.
Right, yeah.
I found it. Very happy. Okay, so this is the Mothball Hill sale. And I think I can turn on.
We did, I think someone has to go use the restroom, so.
Okay, that's okay. I hate.
Right back, probably.
I'll turn on the photo in the background. All right.
Let's zoom out first, Colin.
Okay. It's just a little bit, oops, wrong. Oh, for the love. Okay. That's not there. Yes.
And I can walk you through some of the colors too.
Thank you, Derek.
So specifically on this one, the yellow is really the net acres that we're looking at harvesting. The blue are riparian buffers and the red are identified geotechnical buffers. And so the yellow is what we'll actually end up harvesting or what is proposed to harvest with this timber sale. And then this area has been reviewed by our geotechnical specialist, and those are those red polygons. See.
So these neighbors are along this line there.
So majority of the neighbors are on the eastern edge, right there where the mouth is. As Dan was speaking, there is one down in the lower left-hand corner as well. In the smaller unit.
Yeah. And the sale name comes from the old 1953 aerial photo we have of it when they mothballed the big chunk of the US Navy, and they're all stacked, thousands of naval warships stacked by just north of this in the actual river. So where they mothballed all World War II naval fleet. So a little historical type to that.
Anything else you guys would like to look at here?
Well, you can see, in the spot to the left, that's where all that flew down, the stand to the new on the property line, it's 50, 55.
It's
a plantation. So all this whole peninsula, or however you want to categorize this piece of ownership, has been actively managed since we've owned it prior to our ownership.
And there was thinnings through the area that wasn't younger. There was actually the same time that the block of timber that's in I think it's high 40s, or low 50s. Cause it was cut in the early 70s and the rest of this area was selectively thinned during that time frame. There's stumps all throughout this area, even in the areas that aren't 50 years old.
And is this, can I just ask a question about the future? After it's harvested, is it gonna, it's not in the HCA or anything like that, right? And so it'll be harvest, well, like every 40 years or 60 years or something like that, is that?
Yeah.
I mean, is that, it's gonna be in part of
Contextually,
that-
it's within our production.
Okay, and it's easy to get to, right?
It's close to highways.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And what is it classified as under the draft HCP? Just
General.
General.
General, yeah.
No, it's outside of HCP.
Yeah.
But it's outside of both, the HCA's and as well as our current desired future condition listed as general as well. Yes,
The blue are the riparian areas.
correct.
And so. And then the harvest might take place next to the, what type of buffers are involved?
So this one's a little interesting. So generally, our type F buffers are 120 feet. And then there's another 120 feet on the first 500 feet of the type N stream. And then after that, it narrows down to 35 feet. Because you can see some of these are really thick, and that's because there's actually a bit of a flood zone in those areas. And so they're actually wider than that. In this particular block, because of those flood zones, we're buffering off the flood zone. We're not just buffering off the
You
Columbia.
have a lot of braided channels too, meaning you have multiple stream channels that then come together. For the whole.
Is there spruce? Is there any, does this have any spruce,
Yeah.
wetland in it?
I don't know if I'd call it a spruce wetland, but there's
Okay.
definitely scattered
thinking,
spruce in
you
there. A lot of these big blocks of blue are actually a result of the railroad itself. So the railroad runs on this northern edge. And there's some ponding due to the railroad construction that we put in there. And so that's a lot of this, especially that big block of blue that you see. There's some wetlandy areas in there because water isn't able to get back to the Columbia.
Dike system running.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
And so that's why you see a bigger block, and it's not necessarily just a buffer off the Columbia, it's actually a buffer off the flood zone.
And just for folks, these are the Habitat Conservation Plan riparian conservation areas. So these are the new Habitat Conservation Plan buffers.
Laid out to those specific.
Correct, yeah.
And that's outlined in the stewardship agreement.
It's in our stewardship agreement and in our implementation plans.
The only other HCP standards that would apply to this unit are green tree, snags, downwood, those types of things that apply across the landscape.
So can I ask, is there anything you need, our kind of discussion space help with this, or do you think that you have the tools to have conversation with these landowners and to stick with the plan or
No, it's a good question, Barrett. I've spent a lot of time thinking about that. Just today, I was talking with Derek, we drove in today, would I've done anything differently during this period while we're still in the public comment period. My first principle was don't throw more gas on a fire that's already burning. Meaning reaching out to those homeowners on that eastern side while public comment period is going on. Next week, I'm gonna start working with phone tree. Now that we've got the information. We've talked preliminary about should we have a proactive outreach to these folks when we're in a draft period? I don't know the wisdom of that thought. Because we're still in draft. What if we decide to scrap this based on public comment? Do we want to alarm all the landowners on a draft plan? Or do we wait till we actually have a concrete plan and then reach out to them?
well, it is kind of an implementation question, I don't know, I'm not projecting, I'm just wondering, like,
could your reflection of an SFAC, a community discussion, community-based advisory committee discussion of the issues here, and could your reflection of that discussion help help talk to the neighbors. So.
One thing too, I see here, Dan, just to consider for the future is with the changing local advocacy, tactics there. By you reaching out in advance of a draft, public process, it gives you a chance to tell your message first before others who may not have.
That's where I've already contemplated.
Yeah, that you'd be better off getting the facts out there from your view before that, so that if they do engage,
at least they're armed with the facts.
You've got your side of the story told from the beginning.
Sure. Or the states, the state side of the story.
Yeah.
Care about Dan's side. Yeah.
All gonna have the data front.
Right. So it's not like a guy's side. It's
Well, I meant the collective.
Yeah, no, just to want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are starting to consider, what sort of advance notification that we would want to give to adjacent landowners. And I think we would be very broad-based about it, not trying to focus in on just neighborhoods, but other adjacent landowners as well. Because, we work with adjacent landowners all the time after we approve an AOP, like for instance, adjacent forest industry landowners, and we have to do a lot of work with them, right? Tail bolts, roads, easement, there's all these things we have to do. So we're weighing how we might do a standardized process, realizing a standardized process, there are still things that slip through the cracks. You have all these addresses from some source and you send out letters, for instance, and we know we won't necessarily hit everybody, and we may hit somebody that we don't even intend to, who's not really affected, but I'd like to provide some kind of standards then for how we do it. Our district foresters have a real, this is really where the rubber meets the road. DF's approved these AOPs, right? And so we want to make sure that DFs are set up for success in those conversations, and that we're providing tools for consistency across state forests so that people know what to expect. Not like, why did I get notified here? And why didn't I get notified here on a different district or something like that? We want to be fair and consistent. Up to now, our fair and consistent way of doing this is kind of like, well, we have an annual operations plan that we put out for people to see for a reason. And so and this is the kind of feedback that we want to get. It may not be coming through the way we would like to receive it, because people are a little amped up and upset in some cases, like I said earlier, because they think something is more final than it really is at this point. And so maybe there is a piece where I don't know if it will come to some kind of advance notice, or if it's trying to educate people better about our AOP process, or both, right? Maybe it's an advanced reach out to say, hey, look, make sure you're paying attention when the AOP comes out, so that you can provide your comments and, hey, by the way, here's how we do things. Here's what the sale's really about, and how we might work with you to address concerns in the future, and so forth. Anyway, we're trying to work on that at a higher level as well.
And some of that is feedback is, what would you recommend? Like, what, from your perspective, how would you think that we should approach that, or what would be your advice?
From the perspective of the neighbor.
From or both, yeah, because sometimes it's your constituents or it's your groups that need to be advised, or is it a neighbor? But in this scenario, it's how do we work with adjacent landowners?
I think just from living in Astoria and driving 30 a lot, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but if you're going to cut timber on a highly visible piece, you're going to get more input. And I get it that this has been an organized group, similar to, I'm thinking Cannon Beach, that whole thing down there. So maybe these pieces are different than other pieces for outreach or however you want to call it. And we did have, Ron can attest, we did have a slide on 30, last year or 2 years ago. I don't know, it seems like it was just the other day. And that was a big deal. And we do get tens of thousands. I don't know how many people come through 30 driving, so they're gonna see it. And if there's a slide, bad, it's gonna be bad logging, it's just,
I do want to provide some context on that, specifically the slide piece, so around the logging area. So, the area south of the road is actually one that ODOT has identified for us to remove the trees because they continually, there's a large degree of snags right there and they keep falling across the road. Everything to the north is actually sloped away from the road. And so as far as like a slide that comes into the road, that's not really the concern here.
I don't think it is. I'm just saying that's what we should think. I'm not thinking you're doing it. I know you all know what you're doing.
One piece that I got, or that we're getting, that kind of goes along with this is individual groups want face-to-face time to ask questions, to go on tours, to understand what we're doing. And so that's something through this comment period that's kind of becoming a theme, and are really frustrated when we don't provide that we don't necessarily have the time and the staff. And so we wait until the public comments period to kind of figure out how to address that going forward. And so that's another piece, we'll be looking for kind of feedback on, and we're definitely going to be kind of wrestling with how do we address these kind of one-off meetings, because we just aren't staffed to do that with every single group that's interested in what we're doing. But we also have a piece where we have a new plan and we've got to be able to explain what it looks like on the ground to folks in a way that resonates with them and they understand it so they can provide the comments that they want to. And it's not just misinformation all the time, because we're just seeing that a lot. So just another piece. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, and I think that this is a good project. I think it's what you should be doing in this area, given your plan direction. The public comment period is specifically for this. I think it's the appropriate time to be receiving this input. And I completely have empathy for you guys as far as staff capacity and time to be able to go out and do, some of the public engagement like folks may want. It's not really how the department's set up, and we don't have SEPA in the state. So it's a much different process in many ways. I mean, this is all set up during the FMPIP process, and this is really just you guys implementing, what's already been approved and worked through the public process. So in many ways, this is an additional process that's like, well, this is what we're doing. And I would really caution from the perspective of doing something different or dropping this, because I think it provides a really good educational opportunity. And by doing something different, it makes you guys implicit in whether or not you're saying this, it makes it seem like you think you're doing something wrong. And this is not wrong. This is good forest management. And it's necessary in order to pay for county services. And maybe they don't understand that, maybe they don't understand where the money goes. That's,
this particular sale in the Napa School District and Napa Fire Department District.
Yeah. And so that might be a piece that they just don't, these local landowners aren't aware of that, right? And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to educate, but I would, really, really caution from doing something different and rather make sure, this is what we're doing and this is why, and utilizing it as like education opportunity rather than making it look like you guys are doing something wrong, because you're not.
Is there anyone online that has comments on SBAC members? Susan, Cheryl, Dan?
I think it's really an interesting project. Since I'm down in the Oak Ridge area, we aren't around big bodies of water like this is. But I would think if I lived in that area, just with all the storms and different things that have happened, fires up even up in along the Columbia, I would think people would be in favor of trying to make their homes more fire safe, and maybe that's something that you need to push it with, is around making it more fire safe for those residences, because to me, I live in Oak Ridge and fire got awfully close here. And even though I don't really like the devastation of a fire so much, I also know it's a renewal. And I also think it's going to keep our community a little safer. I'd like to do it a different way, but maybe that's something that you could explain to them too.
There's one more comment too, as far as the educational opportunity is that, so, you know, you guys are under sort of two hands right now in many ways. And because of that, you have limited opportunity on where you can go. And this is a result of having so much upland acres put into HCAs and taken out of production forestry. And so, I mean, in some ways, this is what we have left, right? And that's a reality of, you know, the decisions that have been made. So, you know, if we didn't want to be in and around communities, which I agree with Susan, we do want to be in and around communities as far as where we're doing active management and trying to better the habitat and making some of these decisions. But it is, you know, this is sort of the hand that we've dealt ourselves to. So not that you say it exactly like that to a landowner, but as a part of the reality.
And just to be clear, this has always been general ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is Dan Stark. To a conservation goal because of its isolation.
Yeah.
Its lack of covered species in the case of the HC, except for fish.
Historically, it used to be DFC complex until the windstorm wiped it out.
Until the windstorm fixed it for us. Okay.
Dan?
Yeah, thank you. Since you did ask here, you know, I just first of all want to appreciate you all for who have to work through and dig through all of these comments. That it just sounds like a job that I would never want to do. You know, actually, I'm kind of curious. It's really good to see the results. So thank you for all the hard work you do. And I'm really impressed with how you make sure that every comment gets addressed. And that's really important from my perspective. So thank you. This might not be the exact time to share this, but, you know, just in terms of education and around all these things, I did want to, you know, remind everyone to leverage OSU FNR Extension. We're here to help support these kind of things, and tours is one thing that we do really well. A lot of outreach opportunities. I just wanted to share there are workshops taking place currently, organized by Norma Klein, who's the extension forester in Coos and Curry County, together with Francisca Bellart, who's our harvesting specialist on campus, to really nuance some of these PFA rules changes around streams and roads. And so we're developing content around that. They're popular workshops for woodland owners. You know, there's a lot that we can do and that we're already doing to help get across that neutral voice from Oregon State around the science and, you know, the techniques and fire prevention. That is such a good way to talk to people about it. It is possible to do, you know, these things in wetter areas here on the west side, and we need to be thinking about them. So just a quick reminder to please remember your partners at Extension to help out with these types of things.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dan.
Good research.
Oh, sorry if I made that. You mentioned ODOT. I assume a scenic buffer is required on Highway 30 for the Forest Practice Act or not?
It's not a scenic highway.
It is.
It is, but in that spot, yeah, there's gonna be a waiver.
No,
That's right.
okay, it's a state scenic highway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
so south of the highway, there's gonna be a waiver. What about north of the highway?
So
Does it require
that's what we need to meet with them on if we, like, they've requested the area south, they requested the area. And so if we're harvesting on that north, it's either a waiver or we don't harvest it, depending on how that goes. There's a power line that runs through that area. The power line company actually just came through and harvested some really high hazard ones. But yes, if we harvest that block just to the north, it would require.
Yeah, between on the north side, the power line that runs through there and all that, it's effectively there won't be anything like.
there won't be a scenic buffer?
Correct.
But the way it slopes away from it, visually, I don't think it's much, but ODOT pretty much gives waivers all on Highway 30, given the history of blowdown along the highway.
And I'm on the board of Lane Electric Co-op, and let me tell you, anything that you can do to widen the buffer around power lines, for me, is a good thing.
Yeah, I just had two thoughts. One, I don't know how, if you, how you touch this because it's, but being a, small woodland owner with 17 neighbors, what these potentially these people, I'll just hypothetically, I don't know that what's in their hearts, but they're asking the people of Oregon, the citizens, for a transfer of wealth to them. They want to have the people of Oregon provide an extended, wonderful forest backyard. And in the context, that's what they're asking for is transfer property value and wealth to them. Yeah, and with everything I do and everything the state does, you want to be a good neighbor. You want to, have a relationship with them, engage with them responsibly, but we don't want to start the idea that, you can only buy your property next to state forest, you'll have, a 100-acre backyard. If it, that just be, that's what they're asking for, I guess, is a way to frame it. Just doesn't seem fair to the property owner who's on the other side of the lane, who doesn't get to ask somebody for that kind of transfer of value to them. But I can see, what you're wrestling with is should I spend 100 extra units of value, prevent 150 extra units of value on the political blowback side? Do I go up and actually have a meeting with this particular landowner, as expensive as that concept would be? But you're worried about a phone call from that landowner to a particular political figure or particular.
We've already done that, so that's
done.
The question is not, what's your practice? Do you have a practice of investing all this extra value because you just know if you don't, you may have 150 units of cost later?
Yeah, and for me, honestly, principle-based decision making, and what are the principles? You talk about, it's a lawful activity, it's within policy, we have limited space to operate. To Amanda's point, we had to cobble together this annual operation plan, implementing 2 plans at the same time, and given that our forest was fairly regulated before the HCA's were drawn, and the preponderance of bigger, older stuff went into the HCA's. We've got a smaller land base that's less timbered. So it's not like we have that many options. These are the places we have to go to meet our objectives.
Yeah, and definitely remember that for our implementation plan conversation later. Sorry, go ahead.
I do think it's really important so we're not saying that we wouldn't meet with the landowners, we will. The question was, how early? And so is it 5 years earlier? Do we send out letters to all adjacent landowners right now that say we have property adjacent to you and we may harvest it in the future? Like, how far out do we go? And that's part of the question I think that we're wrestling with is when do we have some of those conversations? There isn't an option where we don't talk to the landowner. And I think that's been part of this, the frustration that Dan was speaking to on the misinformation is that is something that is being said is we are refusing to talk to landowners, and that's not the case. We will talk to landowners. We're still in this early stage process. And so part of what we're trying to work through and part of what we're asking really for advice is what is the right time frame to start having conversations? Is it before we do surveys? Is it while we're at the implementation plan stage? Is it while we're in public comment? And I think that's what we're trying to kind of sort through in our heads a little bit, like when's the right time to have some of those engagements, knowing that we're not going to have a lot of the facts, because that's a part of as you get going with a timber sale, you have more details, the more time you spend on the ground. And a lot of times people really want to know, like, where is each individual wildlife tree gonna be, or, you know, where is each buffer gonna be posted? We don't know yet because we haven't done some of that field work. And so there's frustration sometimes if we go to them too early because we don't have those facts. And so, you know, we've asked a couple questions on even the scenic highway piece. We haven't worked all the way through that yet, so we don't know for sure. And so where we're gonna land, and we need to have other conversations before we can get to that point. And there's frustration if we don't have it, when we come to them, we don't have all those answers. And so it's like, okay, well, we'll wait to come to you. And then it's, well, now you're too late. And so I don't know where the right fix is. And I guess that's kind of what we're asking for some help on.
Colleen, before we have a break, are you able to show us the slide on Davis Reed Estate?
Yes. I can move over there.
Well,
Okay.
while you're moving, so that's kind of the question I was raising
Eastern sale.
about whether, you know, how much to invest in these things that, you know, they don't, apparently it's an extra investment there. It doesn't seem value added, but later on, you know, you just could be swamped for no reason. So maybe you're identifying, I mean, that's a pretty unusual place. We've got a house
Right.
where you can throw a rock to the operation, you know, so, okay, this is
Well,
maybe.
it should be rule one, is you only have one of these sales and sale plan a year.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. So maybe,
Now we've got 3.
you know, maybe that investment is bringing, okay, like when I have somebody move in next door, I try and meet them early. And I say, you know, welcome. I hope this is an awesome place for you to live. Even before purchasing it, I've talked to people. I said, just so you know, we're really like try to be the most responsible neighbor possible. And I'm gonna try and do everything on my farm in a way that's neighborly, but you know, there could be motorcycles running right down this property line 7 days a week. There could be, I don't hunt, but there could be hunters shooting right there all day long. You know, I'm just saying, you know, I'm gonna look over, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna try not to do things that are irresponsible and unneighborly, but be burning smoke, could be using pesticides, could be doing all this stuff. And sometimes they look at me like, oh, you know, and they don't buy the property, or they say, oh, yeah, I understand. I'm investing in being next to a working tree farm. And so if that landowner for the last 5 years, or when they bought the property, knew this is general ground, this is what living next to general ground might look like. These are the kind of things that are allowed on general ground. We don't know exactly how it would look, but in our landscape management plan, these are the kinds of operations you could be living next door to. That might, you know, buffer some of this, make them less vulnerable to this information and emotion. When you're about to lose your backyard, the emotions can just go through the roof, and maybe you get ahead of that by just making them aware of, you know, our landscape.
Maybe that's an OSU workshop kind of thing that's ongoing, that you're attached to, but not, you know, driving. It just reminds me, I mean, you might assume that people know more than they do. I lived in Oceanside, remember the cliffs? I mean, people built right on those cliffs. You would think they would know. But they didn't, you know, I mean, it's hard to feel sad, but I did. But you know, it's, that might be an OSU role.
I think that's a good idea, and I think that, I think you should assume that people don't know something. And I'd be interested to know, those probably are not new landowners there. They've been there for a really long time. So these groups have interjected into them. I'm not sure that there is a real answer as to at what point you need to contact people. I'd say OSU Extension, Napa Fire, and the Napa School District people would be helpful in educating and sharing the message.
Well, one trigger for me, Derek, this hit me is, part of started the consternation was we refreshed the property lines through survey contracts. And we did notify the folks that you'll see survey contractors out here freshening up these lines. And that's been part of what's in some of the writing is, I see marked trees out here. They've already marked trees, what they're gonna cut. And we just reestablished that property line. And I think some of the shock is, oh, I thought I owned that. This is where I get to the real property issues. There's always real property issues of the potential for every one of these. This sale, it's the unit to the left, and you can see the, the irregular pattern there. This was involved in, this has less issues actually, because it's not near a highway or BPA power line. But it is, the last time we harvested in there was in the 80s, there was a lawsuit with some water issues, and we ended up settling in court and helped fund put all those homes on Napa water. So all those homes are now on Napa water. So this has all been managed ground. The majority of that stand is a 55 to 60-year-old fir plantation. Comments were similar as far as
Yeah, and what's really interesting, so now you kind of have the context of the sale and the comments that we receive, is protect drinking water, but also my livestock's drinking water. We use it on our garden, that kind of.
And as part of that court order is they were to vacate any water sources on our ownership, and not all of those are scrubbed off of the Water Resource Board's website.
Right, and so those are where we can do some disinformation and kind of get this is where we're at, this is what we do out there in those comment responses. Opposition to the application of herbicide and pesticides, again, about protecting water. Opposed to harvesting in riparian conservation areas and habitat conservation areas. So, that's also another kind of misinformation. Just having the wrong, because it's not in a habitat conservation area and we're not harvesting in riparian areas. We're doing we're doing the habitat conservation plan buffers on this sale. They're opposed to road building and harvesting on steep slopes. I'm not sure if this one has a geotech finished reviewing this.
Yeah, specifically on this one, the area that they were talking about is on the far western side. There is a bit of a steep cut bank coming right off the road.
There's a slide on Cheryl's property here, but not on us.
But on our piece, they specifically referenced the steep slopes coming down to the Aldrich Point Road.
Can you show us?
Which is this road over on the western block. It's relatively short, steep slope, like 50 feet type of thing. It's not a hillside. It's a cut bank that was actually developed by building the original county road.
There's opposition to harvesting legacy forests that supports the community and the wildlife that are out there. Concerns about climate change and carbon storage, but again, it was directed specifically on the sale. And the recommendation to focus our management on road maintenance and forest management that just leads to complex forests in these areas. But these areas are identified as general under both plans. And then just a general, again, like I talked about earlier, same kind of comments about our outreach and not doing face-to-face with special groups and having them go through the public comment process.
And so are these comments coming from those landowners?
I don't know, I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, I haven't got them all attached so Dan can see them yet.
I mean,
Some of
the
them are.
ones I've seen have gone to politicos. And the ones I've seen have all been from Mothball Hill. I know some of the players on this one. Actually, Cohen's in-laws live across the street. One of these, you know, so it's typical hinterland community where you have some folks that are more tied to nature and other folks that are involved in logging industry. So you're gonna get both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that live right there.
Yeah, and we have got some that have said, I don't know like the names of players because I'm not on the district. And so they say that they are and they get water from those areas. But I've also seen folks where it's like in the wider community that say they're neighbors. So, you know, I think it's how we define it is different than how they may interpret it or how they define if they're a neighbor or not. Which is another interesting kind of mix when we're doing outreach. Is where do we kind of draw the line for the outreach?
And just to clarify, all the blue, green, turquoise color, that's all state land too?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. This is all state. Sorry, my mouse is speaking.
Yeah, and so the, you know, non-shaded in, it's essentially, not our ownership.
Okay.
So, all of this in this area is smaller private land. That's off our property.
How many comments did you get on this one in particular in comparison?
This is probably less than 25 right now, where mothball's probably about 100.
That's the flagship.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then we also have other sales within the AOP that are adjacent to landowners that we haven't heard anything from.
Could you just go out a little bit
can.
again, just to give me better perspective on? Well, okay,
And actually, to Colleen's last comment, you know, one of the stands that we have that's adjacent to private landowners is just to the west of this. Which is the Fluid Hill sale.
I see.
Yep, and that one, we haven't received any.
So just to kind of give you guys,
and where's the entry to Browns Mead? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to.
So. Get some context, this is Wana over on the eastern
Oh,
side.
that's Juana,
You know, you're going up Nikolai, just to the east of the Highway 30 sign.
Yeah.
And so this is Aldridge Point Road.
Oh, okay.
And then Brownsmead, proper is actually to the northwest, just off the screen.
Okay, thank you.
And so for mothball, maybe more form letters.
it has been a mix. So there were some
Versus this one, which is maybe.
Yeah.
Letters.
Actually, both of them had the general tone of a template. So someone had sent and attached the template that they used for the form letter, but they all made them their own, like
Yeah.
what their specific
You can make
concerns
it
were. Yeah, and so
Both neighborhoods had this group come out, reach out.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm just trying to like
Yeah.
see if it's a similar situation.
and so their comments were really the same regardless if like, for example, the working in the HCA's, both of them had that in there. Or in the habitat conservation aid, yes, and neither of them are working in the habitat conservation areas. I did throw those habitat conservation areas on there just so you know, the bulk of the older timber that supports our covered species, you know, that's the ground that we're kind of set, and then we need to work without outside of those to get the volume that we've committed to. And when I go further out, you can really see like how that plays on the landscape for them. You know, so you can really see the limitations of the land base. What's constrained versus what's not constrained. And like Derek and Dan pointed out, the majority of the young stands are outside of the habitat conservation areas. So we're always going to be working in kind of the older while we're letting those younger stands grow. And put on volume for the next rotation. Okay, so that's generally what I had. Go ahead, Jed.
Just one quick thing, because it was kind of touched on with mothball and stuff, and like Mike said, there's a lot of stuff with adjacent landowners that goes on where after it's debris or not, the phone.
Just go closer.
Yeah, just a comment that with, and back to Barrett's point too, with, you know, being a good neighbor and stuff like, you know, Weyerhaeuser, we give the adjacent landowners free firewood, you know, I mean, you do what you can and what you're legally do between neighbors. You might say, you know, you do whatever you want, but I would love it if you would save that tree right there. And so back to Derek's point, there'll be an exercise that the district will do later as it relates to leaf trees and snag requirements. And on that, there's gonna be roughly a need of 400 trees that they have to decide what they're going to do as far as requirements for those leaf trees. And that might be something that helps, even though ODOT has given a waiver, there's still visual concerns from the water. There's visual concerns from them. Some of that leaf tree placement can be done in a way that is a good neighbor thing. So I'm sure the district will be looking at that.
Yeah, so on the timing piece, I mean, to Derek's question, I mean, it feels like this is the right time. It feels like this is how it should work, right? And, I think about even like the Forest Service and BLM and the property, adjacency that they have, and they have more of a, I mean, they don't have to self-fund like you guys do. So it's a different way in which they operate. They have, more mandates around kind of the public comment and piece with NEPA and everything else. And so it's a very different scenario that they work under, and they don't even notify every single landowner, at sort of the IP or the FMP rank. So, just trying to put you guys into that sphere. I think it sounds like what you guys have done has typically worked as far as the engagement with landowners. This is just a different scenario where if an outside organization hadn't gotten involved, it probably wouldn't be such a big deal. It probably would go like it typically does, where you have that conversation, you try to work together. There is that kind of collaboration that happens at the district level while you're figuring out the leaf trees and the snags and those other pieces. So it just is playing out differently because of the tactics utilized.
I have a couple comments and a question. I liked your comment earlier about, we have this draft HCP, so much ground designated for HCA. These are operational areas. We have these wide buffers. This is our plan. We think it's legal. We would like to move forward with it. And I agree with that. And Barrett, it's Barrett, right? I really liked your comment about the concept of if an adjacent landowner wants us to do something different on state-owned and managed land for their benefit, kind of that transfer of they're getting something more, but then taking away from maybe it's dollars, or maybe they want some leaf trees tucked on their property line, but at the expense of upland trees and the habitat that we're trying to provide there. So I appreciate that. I might use that in a conversation in the future. I'll have to talk to folks about trying to understand these types of things, but just some comments there. And then a question for Dan. I think you mentioned that you talked to a few elected officials. Did they have any opinions on whether we had whether we had communication with these adjacent landowners or not?
Generally, Margaret, please correct me if I step out here. When someone, they get a rash of phone calls and emails, the first comment to me is, what the hell's going on? Line me out. Tell me what's going on. Have you followed your processes? Can you articulate what's going on in the situation? Are you guys out of line? Are they out of line? I mean, they're pretty direct conversations. And, here's the process. Here's where we are in the process. Here's the situation as I understand it today. I don't have all the information, but I can get you some more as we speak. Brad's putting together 2 one-pagers to give to Suzanne Weber. So that's just kind of how that flows. And I'm always, it's just like being on a fire. You evaluate the facts that are in front of you today based on predicted weather forecasts and what's going to happen. And you make your plan based on the best available knowledge at that point. And if facts change, then you regroup and you formulate, different strategies and tactics to get around to the end. So that's pretty much where we're at. Just a very fluid conversation. This is a timely meeting that's helpful for me to help internalize and think through some of these complex social dynamics.
And I would suggest that you tell them to contact their county commissioner.
Oh, believe me, they have. Particularly go on in District 5.
I will say that, you know, one of the things that I was kind of picking up or, kind of absorbing is the education piece. And I think that's something that we'll be kind of talking about afterwards is how do we educate people what the process is and what it's intended to do. In the past, we've had meetings at the start of, the AOP public process. We weren't getting a lot of folks into that. And so just from a workload standpoint, we kind of went, but it's like, how do we do that with our email list of like, this is what to expect. This is how this process works. This is what we do. This is when we lay out and work with different groups or when we work with landowners or whatnot, or if we do. And so I'm hearing kind of some of that feedback and just we'll use that as we go into the next year. But even on a bigger note is as we get ready to start developing a new implementation plan, there's a lot of education we'll have to do through that process as well. So just really good feedback and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm gonna call a break now, if that's all right. Okay. So we're gonna have a break about 15 minutes and we'll be back at 15 past 11.
There's a few apples and oranges in there on the counter. Instead of just coffee. The coffee's available.
You need to mute them.
Oh.
Let me go back to there.
Yep.
We got it. Like.
Yeah, we.
I might always do this too.
Oh.
She made it.
More
fun. Okay.
We're gonna, we've got a few more comments about the AOP, and then we're gonna move into the draft Western Oregon Forest Management Plan update.
All right, this is Amanda for those online. So I am not intending to open up a can of worms here, but you know, in the discussions as we talked about, and Mike brought up that, you know, just because we're in the draft phase and even once things get approved, like there are alternate sales, there's other ways of doing things, and you know, that you guys have the flexibility to operate within. And so within that, I just wanted to ask kind of one, where do we go from here, right? What is the connection point with SBAC as far as making decisions about, you know, not specifically maybe in this example, but about alternate sales, about bringing sales up, or about taking sales off the plan. And I think it's especially relevant for the fiscal year that we're in right now for FY24, and some of the discussions that have been made around removing sales that were formally approved. And it's, you know, FY24 is not on our agenda. And I don't know how much we've really gone back, like in the middle of a fiscal year, and kind of done like a where are we at, you know, how can we advise? But just thinking about the process, you know, how are those decisions made? How can this group engage more? And I mean, really, I'm curious that, you know, where things are at for FY24, but I think it's pertinent to the conversation about FY25 too.
And I could talk about that a little bit, and a little bit on the IP side of things as
And
well.
we can maybe get into it too
Yeah.
more with the IP discussion.
You know, if we can hold off on the FY24, because it is kind of pertinent to that discussion, I think that would be a great opportunity.
If that's better time.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I can bring it up during that process and talk about how we are, because it'll come in with the harvest ranges, and so I can add that to it and think through that kind of through lunch.
Yeah, but I guess just in general, to sort of put a bow on the conversation with FY25, I mean, how do you, after this conversation, you know, I don't expect you to have all of your thoughts together at this point, but I mean, where do you see SBAC fitting in on advising around some of these pieces? And, you know, once you guys have made a decision and are responding to comments, you know, how can we be used most appropriately in that space?
And I think, you know, and I think it's a good question. I think historically, or how I kind of approached it is, you know, from what we hear here is how it guides our decision process, not necessarily that SBAC is making its decisions and so what we have done in the past is we've taken the input from this, you know, we kind of take notes of what folks have said. I go back and rewatch it and kind of listen through kind of what the key points are. And then at our October meeting, we kind of like, what was the results of the conversations that we had, the issues that came up. These are the results. These are the changes that we're making as we go into the next annual operations plan. And so that's kind of how I view the relationship of this, but I am interested if that is, if you have contrary to that, that's how I envision this process working.
Yeah, so just to provide a little bit more context there. So like Colin's saying, so we go through this, and then the next meeting is when one of the line items would be based on these comments, and then based on all the other comments, this is how we responded to these. And then we're coming right back to this group with, this is what it was. And it's that kind of feedback of, that's not what I said, or that's not what our advice was. And so it's that kind of back and forth that I think kind of needs to continue throughout the whole cycle. So it's not necessarily just this meeting. It's, you know, we meet beforehand. You know, our last meeting was, we think there's going to be these types of topics that come up. Both of these sales were ones that were highlighted. And so, and then now we're meeting here to go, okay, like these are the ones that did move forward, like what's kind of some suggestions, advice, and then we start answering them, going through the comment responses. And then again, it's coming back to the group and like, is there something we should adjust? Like, here's some methods that we decided to put forth. Do you think this will meet the terms of, you know, so that it addresses some of these things in the future? Do we need to go further or pull back? I think that's kind of how the current system is, whether or not that's the appropriateness or we should flesh it out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't remember, what's the timeline for approval? I'm thinking about how that fits or doesn't fit with. the
Yeah, so,
timeline that we're-
so we're required, or our goal is to have BS approval by June 30th, because our fiscal year starts July 1. And so we go through a pretty quick process to get all of the comments looked at. We work through, so we evaluate, we identify the themes like I talked about. We work with the districts and the other programs to, like, here's the feedback, here's the ones we see that are actionable, that you're gonna have to make a decision if you're gonna make adjustments. Put some additional information into the AOP reports to reflect kind of misinformation, or to reflect any decisions that are made. Do we make any adjustments to the sales? And then we document that in the comment response and the change document of what was done. And then we send it out to everybody that commented on the annual operations plan. And then get that uploaded with the approved documents going forward. So it really is input driven, and we consider it and make the decision we're going to make, but we don't go back and ask like if this is okay to the folks that make the comments. And then, but we also will outline like what the next steps are if there's additional follow-up that we feel like need to be made with some of the specialists. We'll document that within in the AOP reports themselves or in the comment response.
Are you asking about the kind of remaining decision space now, between now and June 1st target?
Yeah, and or like, you know, kind of like Derek was saying, what the decision space is even in October, right? I mean, after we have an approved plan, you guys are starting to go through some of this engagement with landowners or, you know, moving through stuff. I mean, just trying to work through one. I know we don't have that many meetings. I think we've talked a little bit about, should we have more meetings to provide better and more useful advice on things? I think the second piece of that is, you know, kind of maybe a lesson for next year and moving forward, especially as we think about the IP process, is like at this meeting, it would have been really nice to say, well, this is, you know, the timing's a little bit tough, but maybe we can work through that in the future. But, you know, this is where we're at. And these are the specific questions we have for the SFAC, right? This is what we're considering. This is how we're considering moving forward. Does that fit? Does that jive with your guys' thoughts, rather than, you know, us just kind of providing this general feedback and then really not getting back together until October? I guess my fear is that we provide feedback and then we don't really know what's happening with that. And the worst case scenario would be that we're really surprised by what the decision was, right?
And, you know, it's interesting that you bring that up, because the timing has changed, right? So we would have a meeting right at the beginning of public comment, and then we would go through the whole public comment process, and then we would have one in June, and it's like, this is what we're doing. It's kind of been in the past. And so maybe there's a sweet spot in there. Now, mind you, that's only like a couple weeks difference of time, but it's something for us to consider as we go in next into the next cycle. And then I also think at the October meeting, because that's generally when we talk about like the accomplishment reporting. So you'll get the update on where we really are with the FY24. And then we'll be providing kind of like, here's what we did. Now, is there anything going into the next plan that we should be, you know, what do you like about what we did? What are concerns? So that way we can kind of address them ahead of the next AOP cycle, if we're going to stay on this 3 meeting timeline.
Yeah, and I know we're not a decision-making body, but if there are like more curated questions that you guys want answers on or want us to provide feedback on and review, we took a lot of time today discussing, maybe those discussions could be shorter if provided some of those questions up front so that we could give you guys really robust feedback.
And I think some of it is, it's hard because everyone has such Well, and it's also, everyone has such unique um, background. So it's, again, you don't know what you don't know. Like what I might think is a good question may not be. So it's a great question, Amanda, and I know that we need to work on it a little bit more. So I just appreciate you bringing it up.
It's hard. I mean, I work for a board. I think a lot of us that work with nonprofits, are in similar situations, and I get challenged all the time. Like, okay, well, what is the actual feedback I want from our governance, right? And what's really useful, and some of that, you have to provide the right amount of context too to get the answers that you're looking for. But what I personally am really interested in is what are the questions that you guys want answered and want help answered, and it's not always easy to come up with that for sure.
That's the kind of the tempo we used to operate under, and this should evolve, and we should expect it to look different, than it used to. But we had a kind of a focused space for SBAC member comments and input on the AOP as presented. So that was a zone. And then after the comments came in as they were closing, staff say, okay, given everything we've been hearing, these are the difficult decisions. These are the hard spaces we're trying to figure out what to do. But we would have discussions around all of those kind of gray zone questions. We could do this or this, this is where we're sitting. Maybe the point is that we're evolving into there's fewer gray zone.
That is definitely part of it.
And that's a good,
Yeah.
It's really probably a good thing, they're just fewer gray zone decisions. But, and that's, I guess I'm with you on the concerns, that I just want to make sure any place that staff is in those gray zone decisions and could benefit from a discussion theater. We just want to make sure we can offer that to you guys. Otherwise, I don't feel like I'm not left worrying that I can't direct staff to do what I'm wanting, or I'm not worried that my interest group isn't going to get their way. I just want to make sure we're utilized as a tool for staff wherever those shoulder area decisions are. So,
and I think for us, and we're thinking through that, and just a couple thoughts around that. We don't want this to be a group we report out to, right? As you had said, we want to be able to receive the input. What is the right timing that we can receive the input, which we actually can adjust, right? Is it early enough in a process that we haven't solidified things that we can accept input and do things different? And I think about that always, even at the AOP level. And is that the right model for input with SBAC? Is it longer term? Is it the IP level? And then ultimately, in my opinion, we've never operated under such a constrained environment as we currently are. And Derek has hosted some presentations that have really brought that under the, looking forward to an HCP, but current plan, 2 plans, ultimately that inherently limits us, and to me leads to some of the challenge of what are those questions for SBAC, right? Because we're inherently already so constrained, but we want these meetings to add value for you all to feel like the input you provide is considered and actually can be actionable. And then maybe the next question is, so what's the right space there? And then therefore the meeting schedule on that annual basis.
Maybe I'm sorry, I'm probably thinking out loud here and just catching up. Maybe I'm way behind, but didn't we kind of endeavor to evolve and push the decision space sooner in AOP development, not here 3 weeks before final decision, because it's super inefficient for your staff to get into May 25th and
respond to comments and rejigger an implementation from this 2 weeks away.
Yeah, and we did, but this was the first year of doing that, so we kept the October meeting the same. We moved the March meeting, it was normally in April after we went to public comment, we moved it earlier in the process. And then we moved this one later, also earlier in the process, so we were addressing comments through the lenses, like, so we also had kind of like your input on the comments that we received. Because normally it would be like mid-July and we've already had worked through the comments and we're on the comment response to get to our June 30th date. And so, you know, one of the things I was honest about up front was I didn't know how it was going to work and if it was the right level, the right time, because just like we were talking about with the landowners, there's a lot of things we don't know in early March that we do know in April. And so is that the right timing? And so I think just reflecting, it's like, what are the questions that we're asking specifically? We get a lot from just the feedback and the thoughts that you provide as you hear the material, but it also is, what are those kind of specific questions that we're looking for advice? Do we do this or do we do that? Or here are 3 kind of options we're considering. What is your feedback on those? And that's something I think we're going to have to think about in the coming months to set up the next set of SFAC meetings, but also how we're going to begin engagement on human as we finish up the FMP and the HCP. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's going to be easier to frame up more specific questions around the implementation plans.
Yeah.
And what the objectives are there, because even though we try to shift earlier in the AOP process, it's still like an AOP, right? It's even if it's a few months more lead time, it's like, well, it's still coming right here, right now. I think there'll still be the AOP check-in, and where I get think we get the value is if we've been through the IP process together, and then when we're bringing in AOP, it's more like the check on kind of like, this is what you meant, right? Are we getting that right? And that would be the other thing I can think of is just in those sticky situations, and this is something we talked about internally as well. The more specific we can get with our implementation plans going in the future of like, here's the collection of activities we might do. We're not going to do all of them, right? Here's like a candidate pool that we'll be selecting from. And then being able to kind of help identify which ones are tricky and have more issues associated with it. It's kind of like, okay, maybe this one is, and which ones we might need to spend more time working to get them across the finish line when an AOP comes up. And that's something we've talked about, Billy and I talked about for a while now internally. How much we can do of that, which just might be helpful in having that longer view of when things might be coming up versus, I mean, the best view we have right now, primaries versus alternates, of the kind of switching them. That's not very long term.
And one thing I might challenge the vice chair and the chair, we don't have our chair here today, but is maybe thinking through, we're in a unique situation right now with having so many new things that we're considering. So our agendas can't really be focused on any, can't just be about the FMP. It can't just be about the IP. It can't just be about the AOP, because all of those things are working through all of those things at the same time. And so if that means that we do need to have additional meetings or we need to have additional space to work through some of those other topics, that I think, maybe I would challenge you guys to maybe talk through that as the chair and the vice chair, because yes, although this AOP, these specific comments and this tactic utilized is maybe new, I don't know that it's going to be a one-off in the future. Yeah. And so, I think that there will be some more of those challenges for us to work through. And I think the timing is generally good. We got really, the hard part with this year was that our earlier meeting this year was right after a pretty massive decision point by the board of forestry. And so that kind of unpacking that and debriefing on that took a lot of time that, in the future, we hopefully wouldn't be in a situation where we'd have that time taken away, where we could have maybe spent more time on the AOP stuff. Not that we didn't, but again, we're also getting those agendas eaten up by the IP and the FMP stuff. So it's just a challenging time. There's a lot of things to discuss. And so if we need to work through a temporary way of doing that more effectively, I'm totally for that.
Well, I can talk to Denise about it, but I'll also be talking to you about this. That requires more time for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a lot.
Mhm. Yeah. So, but just something to think about. Yeah. Thank you guys that took more time than us.
Real quick, the last meeting, one of the questions that we asked, so, I put it on the presentation, said, here's some things that we're looking at. And as we go through this, I think one of our requests last time was like, I didn't know what to present to the group. It's like, what are all the topics you want me to look at? Do you want me to show you all this, the stands that are adjacent to property owners? Or do you want me to show you all the stand? Because there's so many different factors that we look at. And I think that's part of it too, as we go through this, is like, where is that decision space, or where is that discussion point? Because like you referenced that, well, we didn't have time to auger in last meeting, but we may have had time to auger into specific topics. But part of it is we're trying to use this group and use these conversations to see where are the topics that we need to focus on, so that we can highlight those. And then we can spend as much time as we need to in the right places, instead of spending 80% of our time on the things that are out of scope.
That's a good challenge.
All right, good discussion. And I still think we're going to finish our overall agenda on time. That went a little bit longer, but that's fine. It's important, it's relevant and timely. So much appreciate everybody's engagement there. I'll go ahead, and jump into the next topic, and we're going to get some help from Tyson here, who's online. So we'll be testing the audio and engagement, with that system there. So
Just so you know, implementation plan shouldn't take 45 minutes. So
yeah, I think we're good. So we wanted to give an update on the draft Western Oregon Forest Management Plan, and at a high level, just where we are with that work is the plan was drafted, last summer. We wrapped that up, and it was presented to the board as a completed draft in September. Since then we've been working towards wrapping up the HCP. We had that large board forestry meeting, provided further clarity on, going forward to finish that up. And that's where there's a lot of effort from staff right now being placed to get that HCP finalized from our point, and then let the services complete their NEPA process and hopefully get to ITPs at some point not too far down the road. And now we need to re-engage with the work associated with the forest management plan, particularly the performance measures for that plan that the board will use to assess, when implemented, a check back and report outs from us as staff on, key metrics that they want to see reported on to gauge if it's meeting their expectations of greatest permanent value. So based on the social, environmental, and economic, legs of GPV, choosing some key measures and then some supporting metrics for those measures that they can use as some guiding tools to just at a broad level assess how we're doing in implementation, if we're achieving their vision of GPV from the plan itself. Given that the HCP really is just the ESA compliance tool for the species we've chosen to try and cover with that. So we're going to be re-engaging with the board as well as the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee, and working on that stuff. There's been an interest in Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee and the counties in having a role in that conversation with the board, and also using that as a way to help seek alignment and expectation setting around the implementation of the future Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan. So we've brought on a facilitator who's going to support the process, and her name's Tessa Riley. She works with a company called ICF,
And she's out of Eugene, a local Oregonian, and she'll be helping us work with the boards and counties to facilitate that process. We're going to begin the process basically by finalizing the suite of performance measures. We have a draft set that were presented to the board last September, and then we'll be getting alignment with the board that those indeed are the final set of measures. And then we'll work over the next several months to develop metrics for those measures. And, you know, Tyson, if you're online, I think this is a good, Mike, I don't know if you have any overarching comments either related to this before Tyson jumps in.
Yeah, I do. So, you know, basically, after the HCP decision, there was some question about whether, you know, there would be a board subcommittee to work on performance measures and performance measure targets. It was pretty quickly decided by the chair, by Chair Kelly. It's kind of like, I don't think we can do that. This needs to be the full board. And then in conversations with Chair Sweet and Vice Chair Scar at TLAC, that's kind of like, hey, this also needs to be all of FTLAC. And so, you know, it makes it kind of a bigger process, but I think it's worth the investment. And so we want to, and Tyson will be talking about this, but, you know, you're going to see three main components to this process. The what of the performance measures, some scenarios to help us understand the range of what's possible, and then the trade-offs discussion and target setting. And at each step of the way, we're going to have engagement points between the board and FTLAC. So that's really important. And then, but there will be also points where the board makes the decision, right? So we're keeping the spaces there that, you know, in that statutory framework, FTLAC advises the board consults with FTLAC. That happens in a space, and then the board makes, you know, decisions. So I think it's going to be a healthy process. And
Can I clarify on the process, is ICF facilitating the FTLAC BOF joint
that is correct.
work group, if you will?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's just to have professional, you know, with that many folks in the room, we got 14 folks. It's making sure that everybody's point gets out there, all the, you know, really core facilitation pieces that you need to have a good process there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll lead to not only a good outcome for the performance measure, what ends up being performance measure targets, that really comes back to us to say, okay, this is how we expect you to, you know, go make an implementation plan that meets these targets. Or thresholds or ranges or whatever they come up with, right? Okay, so there's that. And then, you know, I just really, quite frankly, ever since I stepped into this role, I've really wanted to try and get the board and FTLAC more engaged than a 15 minutes of, you know, testimony and board meeting. We've had a couple of those engagement points, and even though the issues have been thorny, I think the engagement has been good. And so we're looking to, and I know that Chair Kelly and Chair Sweet, you know, feel exactly the same way. They really want to grow the relationship. So anyway, with that, I'll turn it over to Tyson for the particulars.
Tyson, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, good. So yeah, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, Ron, I think you covered well, you know, the relationship of the performance measures to the draft FMP. You know, they were kind of flying under the radar over the last year with, you know, a lot of the attention focused on the HCP. So I'm looking forward to having the engagement with the board and with FTLAC to make sure that these are the right set of things to measure. And I can share my screen briefly so that you all can see, you know, what they are. This is going to be in the board packet. Whoops. Let me make sure I have the PowerPoint set up. Sorry. Okay, can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay, it's not going into a slide. I have two monitors and it's too confusing for me to figure out which one it's supposed to go on, but if you can see this, that's great. This is sort of reviewing what Ron said. You know, we presented in September. Each performance measure could have multiple component metrics that we're using for targets and reporting. And I apologize for the confusion of metrics and measure. The term performance measure is historical. So we had performance measures in about 2007 to 2013 for the current FMP after it was implemented. And so we're using that same term to acknowledge that we used to report on these different aspects of GPV, and we're re-engaging with that process. The next steps, you know, the Board of Forestry is talking about this with us and with FTLAC to approve a set of about 10 to 11 performance measures, and we'll use them to show different trade-offs when we're modeling implementation scenarios. And after we have metrics and implementation scenarios modeled, then we can talk about approving acceptable ranges or targets for the performance measures. And the discussion about targets or acceptable ranges probably would happen next spring and summer. And just to show you what the draft performance measures that were presented. So last September, we had 10 performance measures listed here. And the only change from September is a new cultural resources performance measure. And this speaks to tribal access and protection of cultural resources. And that comes directly from the FMP goals that we developed with tribal input. And previously, it was simply a component of the community engagement and public support performance measure above, but we thought it would be more appropriate for it to be its own performance measure. So our discussion next month will be around this set. And if it encompasses the aspects of GPV that the board and FTLAC find important. And I think, you know, for me, I had a lot of discussions over the past year with subject matter experts, especially about, you know, forest inventory and the habitat monitoring that we'll be doing with the HCP and thinking about carbon storage. And so I think some of the areas that I'm looking for input is around the social and economic issues. Some of these things we report annually already, like financial support for counties, but thinking more about social issues that are important to people and how we can measure them is going to be really important to me. So are there questions? I can leave these up so you can read them, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, Amanda asked herself a question.
So one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot as it relates to the performance measures is how they apply to the different management areas and associations across the forest management plan. You know, and there's draft metrics already associated with these, other than maybe cultural resources, since that's new. But I'm sure some ideas have been thrown out there. So, you know, as it relates to that point, you know, obviously terrestrial and then the aquatic are really tied very closely to the habitat conservation plan and the biological goals and objectives associated with that. But these other ones, you know, have other areas where they're going to be more focused. You know, like the aquatic, you know, I would hope that we can achieve all of those in our riparian conservation areas, right? Or terrestrial, I hope that the intent is that we achieve all of those and the majority of those within our HCAs, right? And so the other ones, there might be a combination of places, same with like the rec, you know, combination, adaptive capacity, you know, combination of all of the different areas. And so I'm just wondering, you know, I've talked with Mike a little bit about this, but I'm just wondering how the department is thinking through that as far as how the performance measures and the metrics are then associated with the actual forest management plan and, you know, the intent to meet objectives across the entire state forest landscape.
Jason, I'll jump in here, just a couple thoughts.
Yeah, sure.
So, when I think of these things, and we have had small group meetings with our board members just in preparation of the upcoming, meeting in June. But, there really is a differentiation that's clear in my mind around what the habitat conservation plan is, as a tool we're choosing to use for, covering a set of species. It's not the forest management plan. Granted, it covers a large geographic area with the conservation commitments we're making. And it is a lot of species, but once that's in place, that's just how we've elected to, choose ESA compliance for those set of covered species. It's not the forest management plan. So when you go back to GPV, and the administrative rule and providing for native fish and wildlife species, that's how I think about these performance measures for the plan. So certainly there'll be elements of things that are required for us to report on for compliance, monitoring, et cetera, with the HCP, but they aren't necessarily the full suite there. And, some of the board members, have brought up that this topic around, as we develop these, we need to be considering broadly X, that relates to Oregon's, state forest, native fish and wildlife populations. So that's just an example of, it's been so visible and there's been a lot of energy focused on the HCP that, we are shifting gears now to think about greatest permanent value in the context of the forest management plan and these measures and metrics to inform that. So if you can kind of keep that in its right place as you think about these and this process, I think it would be helpful. And it's going to be something that everybody who's engaged in the process is going to have to kind of decouple in their minds. There's relationships you can't ignore and they're important, but this is a different thing now. This is about greatest permanent value being derived from the forest management plan. So I just throw that out there for stage setting.
And I guess for me, like an example, like if we take terrestrial habitat, right, we've got a lot of tie-in with the metrics to the HCP right now, but as it relates to areas outside of HCAs, we might be considering more undulates. We might be considering more native pollinator habitat, an early seral habitat, and that ties back into some of the adaptive capacity pieces and some of the, harvestatory, there's metrics around there with having a balanced sterile classes across the forest, et cetera. And so I guess my point is that how I would expect each of these performance measures to show up or be associated with the different types of land management activities across or land management areas across the forest would be different. And so having just one metric that applies to the entire state forest doesn't seem as helpful to me as having more specific goals for the specific areas on the forest because of what we've already said we want to do in those areas. And so same with I think a lot about the carbon storage piece, like the goals and metrics around carbon storage, both on the harvested wood product side and on the terrestrial side, the way in which we measure that and measure success and think about trends is going to look very different when we look at HCAs versus areas outside of HCAs or RCAs. And so just assigning one metric, so I'm just, I'm thinking about those things and thinking about how we try to, optimize some of these goals that the board is going to be weighing through and how to do that from a meaningful way. As if I was a manager, as I was a forester here, what would I be looking for? And those are the types of things just based on a lot of other mostly federal experience stuff I have across the nation, but just thinking about how some of those management.
Sorry. Ron, Mike. Okay, Ron, Mike, or Tyson, I have a specific question from an environmental perspective. I'm thinking of it still applies key performance measure number 10, which I think has a desired goal of 30% complex layered structure. As I see it, there's still a fair amount of cutting, whether it's thinning or clear cutting in older, more complex forests. And so are we moving away from that goal, or are we somehow still trying to reach that? I know that in many counties, it's like a 7 to 12% complex layer structure. We're far from the 30% goal.
Yeah, there's a little bit to unpack there.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, I'm sure there is.
so firstly, those are legislative, okay, and they're different than the board's performance measures. So we have just two we report on to the legislature for key performance measures. And when you talk about the KPMs, those are related, that is related to a legislative biennial report out that we make as part of our agency budget request process as a sort of status for our program, something that they're interested in. It is still relevant because we have our current forest management plan in place that has structure-based management as the fundamental management approach for the lands. And in that, it has the array of the 5 stand structure classes. And of those, 2 are the late serial type layered and older forest structure. And within the map landscape design, the tool we use to communicate by mapping it, where we're going to do prescriptive activities to take forest from its current condition to its desired future condition and show progress there. That's what that relates to. And what we are talking about is adopting a new forest management plan now that no longer has structure-based management as the management approach. Okay, so we have a completely different articulation, and that these performance measures we're talking about relate to that new plan. So that whole framework, although in place today, no longer exists going forward with the new plan. And it's around a holistic approach, to managing the forest, but it isn't through the currently articulated delineations of those, stand structure pathways and thresholds that we have there. So that measure would have to be changed because we're no longer going to be quantifying the stands in those same ways. If that makes sense, right? So,
Yeah, so one thing that'll happen is the legislative KPMs are gonna change. It's a little difficult to change them when we're in the middle of all the discussions, and what you'll see there is with KPMs are really designed to look at the agency as a whole and different components of them. And so, we have to, one's the structure, one's the basically money to counties. So that will change, and those are probably gonna change more in alignment with the even higher level plan of division for Oregon's forests that the board's currently working on. With our FMP, they will change those performance measures. We do have still some performance measures that anchor into forest structure. But given the fact that hopefully not much more than a year from now, we'll have incidental take permits, and then sometime soon after that, new forest management plan. Like Ron says, there's going to be a lot of similarities. I mean, we grow structure currently, layered no FS, to emulate habitat for certain species. So, but it's going to shift more to an actual habitat focus for different species. So it's going to change how that's done. And in the interim, so are we still sort of following it? Yeah, we are, because it's our current rule. But honestly, in a couple of years, it's not going to matter much because those metrics are going to change and we'll be under there.
So that 30% figure, that's not applicable any longer.
Well, no, it's still in place today. We have our current plan in place, but yeah, that will change. And there's really some nuances there as well, as relates to the development, because, the target was only ever set for the Clatsop and Tillamook State Forest in the performance measures. We have desired ranges of structures in the forest management plan that are part of the administrative rule to achieve on the landscape over time. But then when they set measures, they only ever establish targets for the Clatsop and Tillamook. So there's some nuances there. Yeah.
And I think why you're seeing the harvest of those because we're harvesting some of those layered and current stand condition layered NOFS now, or complex stands now, is because the goal is to have 30% over the long term, but that doesn't mean today. And it really is in alignment with where our desired future condition is, where our habitat conservation areas are, and it's okay to harvest it through our implementation plans where it's not. And so that's why you're seeing those areas, especially why we're working through these two plans. The older stands that are outside of our habitat conservation plans and outside of our are the ones we're actually targeting, so we can meet the other obligations within our implementation plans.
I would say probably, I guess I can say this out loud. Our biggest weakness with our current forest management plan, and this is something that we have, I mean, it was a subject of debate 25 years ago, is, and back then the landscape design range that we're trying to achieve was 40 to 60%. Then it changed to 30 to 50% with the revision of the plan in 2010. And our policies, what they've tried to honor is where we can, so our desired future condition design, where we draw polygons on the landscape, this is where we want it to be, is the focus. And within that, we have certain restrictions on what we'll do with layered, right? Outside of that, we can cut it. We can cut a layered stand, you know, and it's hard for people to make the connection. And I think the expectation is, but it is not explicit in the plan, and it's deliberately not explicit in the plan, is that getting to that percentage, getting to that range, getting to that threshold into that range, is not time bound. It's not a time bound goal. And so it's difficult to see. And so when we look at the trend being very slow, and so there's a lot of kind of like, well, why are you cutting any layered at all if you're not even close? It's like, well, it's because it's outside the landscape design, and then, you know, so it's a difficult explanation to get into. The other thing that I'll just point out is, and I think everybody's aware of this by now, and I think we're actually past the point in the KPM reports of the legislature anyway that it shows up. We had an inventory change around 2015 with our growth model. And just how these things work, we were actually a lot closer, especially on class of state forest.
We're drastically under reporting how much complex stand structures on the district.
Yeah, and so it dropped, and at that time, we're still trying to basically get our inventory in a different direction that would serve us better. And so it's kind of like we didn't want having only so much time to invest in inventory, rather than going back and trying to say, let's recalibrate all this stuff so that the reports show up the same as they did before, and go from there. It's kind of like, let's move forward with our inventory because we really need to modernize this thing. And go forward. And actually, the whole thing around reporting structure is difficult. There's a number of metrics in there that, you know, you bring them up, and people who are scooping in forest inventory will start banging their head against the wall because it's something that all forest managers deal with. And we have much better things that we can do today to directly measure forest structure. So it wasn't worth taking away from trying to modernize the inventory to going back and trying to just get two models to line up.
There's one salient nugget in there, you know, in this example of structure that's relevant to where, you know, Tyson will maybe take this conversation. You know, as measures are established, it may seem counterintuitive, right, to harvest layered stands when you got a goal of this and you're not there, but that's because we're satisfying a full suite of, you know, values there under greatest permanent value. And that's really where this conversation is going to be around establishing targets. Is there's trade-offs, right? And you know, people have different interests and outcomes of the benefits state forests provide. That's what this is. That is the essence of what this conversation is going to be. You know, we have a finite amount of land. It can produce X of certain different types of things, and they're going to have to arbitrate those value differences to get to the point where the board members feel, yeah, if those are the full suite of outcomes, we could say from our contemporary view and values we bring that would result in driving the greatest permanent value from state forests. And then you all smart folks go do it. You know?
But there's a bit of a meshing here, because I think a lot of the KPM conversation applies directly to the implementation plan, and will be directly, like, as we're talking about landscape, with the management plan stuff, as Mike is saying, it's going to shift. But until then, we're under that existing plan. And so we have to figure out how are we threading the needle with the multiple plans that we're doing? How are we threading that needle through all of the above so that we maintain all of the promises that we've made across the board?
Okay.
Would it be right to say this to Greg's point? I'm sorry to stretch it out. The structure-based management and conservation folks interested in what was advertised as basically a surrogate for habitat, the structure. A percentage structure is going to end up with habitat. So, we were focused on that 30%. But it turns out it wasn't time bound. So that's hard to be satisfied with. And it was not going to perform as a species of concern strategy that functioned the way the plan could be successful. So now it seems the attention will be, because the Habitat Conservation Plan has HCA's with a lot more prescriptive time, 70-year horizon. I'll say your community, I'm part of that community too, interested in habitat, will be looking at, are these prescriptions being followed? To generate what the services have negotiated will be forming habitat, not a surrogate number of acres or percentage of acres, but is this performing habitat under a more prescriptive set of practices? So I hopefully folks will be attentive to a whole new way of watching what the department's doing that's not based on achieving these percentages and also from a trade-off, risk permanent value trade-off standpoint, there'll be fewer of these trade-offs it will be happening in the HCA's in the same way that they might have happened in a layered operation where you could decide to go in there or not. The pace of development is either longer or slower. I just think it'll be a more satisfying space to evaluate the performing habitat, I think, than there would purely age and percentage, those kind of things. Is that a new way of looking at that? First of all, am I telling Greg the wrong things? Or
No, I think you're the right things, and those are the things to be attentive.
I guess I didn't realize that asking a question somewhat facetiously that there's no simple direct answer. It's multivariate, complex. I got that much.
So we have our lunch that just came and maybe we could take 10 minutes to lunch and eat while we have a meeting. Can we think at the same time? Is that all right? Is that allowed?
Yeah, we can have lunch.
Can we have a working lunch?
It should be at least 15 minutes to get us out.
I'll give you 15. He'll give you 15. I would have given you 10. Okay, so you got 15.
Just in time.
Your response, my question, I don't know, a weird.
All right, we are back from our lunch. Some of us are still eating. Hello, everybody online. Emily, are you still there? If you would just say hi at some point, that would be nice, just so we know we're still connected. And we're gonna move back to the draft Western Oregon Forest Management Plan update that Ron and Tyson were engaged in. And wherever you all
Yeah,
were.
Tyson, if you're back, I'll turn it over to you. We kind of got derailed probably from your plan you had for land that's out here, but I'll turn it back to you and also ask that if you were planning to and maybe make a connection to the goals and strategies, you know, the FMP and how they connect to these performance measures, that I'll yield to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, so speaking of the FMP goals and strategies, this kind of relates to Amanda's point earlier, you know, questioning like where we would find things about early cereal habitat or pollinator habitat or other things that we mention in the FMP. So there's not going to be, you know, perfect relationship between the FMP goals and strategies and the performance measures. The performance measures aren't going to encompass all the activities we do or all the monitoring that we report out. So, you know, for some things, like an example would be like the sensitive plants FMP goal. When they're threatened or species of concern for plants, there's a process through law where we consult with ODA's group that works with conservation of those species to make sure that we're not impacting them. You know, that's sort of like a best management practice. We're following the law. As far as the FMP strategy goes, it's not something that the Board of Forestry needs a report out on. And that's kind of a trivial example, but as you work through the spectrum of different issues that we're working with, some things will be big enough to be performance measures, other things will be more appropriate for IP level actions and things like that. So early cereal would be a good example for probably an IP level, where we're thinking about, you know, what are we providing with early cereal habitat? Is there a desire to increase it or improve it? What can we do on a 10-year time frame to do that? So that's why some things, you know, won't be in the performance measures. And I think as we present it, we are trying to link where the performance measures come from to the FMP goals. And there are some things in the performance measures that are not specifically goals, but might be in the FMP management approach, or like adaptive capacity, or might be one of the guiding principles in the opening of the FMP, which includes like division finances. So some of those things aren't in the FMP goals, but you can find them elsewhere in the FMP. Let's see. As far as other issues, you know, Ron, did you or Mike want to talk about like where SFAC might give input into this or FMP implementation scenarios in the future?
Yeah, so since these measures do actually relate to implementation of the plan to achieve the goals and strategies and, you know, that measure of GPV, there's a strong nexus to SFAC there. So they are the board's work, you know, to develop, and then as we go about implementing them, there's, you know, work collaboratively with this group to get advice on how we go about that, developing implementation plans, et cetera, that, you know, Colleen will talk more about this afternoon. And what we're, you know, hoping is that the timeline for the development of these performance measures will align very well with the fall meeting. I think it's scheduled for October 25th. And that the board would have the work for drafts would be pretty far along. They wouldn't be finalized yet, but they'd have draft performance measure, targets, hopefully in place, not, well, I mean, in a working draft form by about the time of that fall meeting, so that there could be an opportunity for the committee to, you know, be, have a conversation around the status of that work and what they are, and then potentially provide some feedback to the board as an advisory committee, not necessarily on policy, but around the implementation aspects of that in some type of unified voice, maybe a letter or some comment there that would express strong areas of alignment, concern, other, or majority, minority voices or other, but something from the committee as a whole, rather than individual members. Now, the board in their processes will certainly have public comment opportunity if this is ever on the agenda, right, at a board meeting where anybody could go and sign up if you so choose to for your own particular, interest. But that's really where we're looking at the committee getting engaged.
No, I think that's right. I mean, we are doing, with these initial set of performance measures, we are doing something with the board that we haven't really deliberately done before. When we did the performance measures for the current plan, it was really focused on, the plan, and not so much there wasn't really the expectation there around the time-bound pieces, except for a structure target that was associated with the plan revision, change of the range of complex structures. And even so, it's been difficult to really understand what the board expects and any, really expects of how we implement the plan. So what we're trying to get this time through this whole process and their initial setting of the targets, it's going to be their initial thing, like, okay, this is how we expect you to implement the plan, is to achieve these targets, whatever you come up with. And so they'll change over time, no doubt. Targets, thresholds, whatever ranges will change over time, but it really gives us some clear input idea of where we should be at in our implementation. But it's not so refined as to be an implementation plan. We're not looking to upset the apple cart on the current authorities, right? Board does the FNP, state forester, IP approval, AOPs, district foresters. Okay, so we're not trying to change that. And so when it comes to really, there's two places I see SBAC being involved to the degree that you want to be. One is when we get into the second phase of developing the performance measures and coming up with these different scenarios, that's going to be a board FTLAC discussion, but then we are going to shop that around a bit. And this group is one that we hope to shop that around and get your ideas on that as well. And that's not about a target at that point. It's about, for instance, you may have a scenario. What if we front load a bunch of harvests? What if we go with the net present value even flow? What if we go with long rotations? What if we do X, Y, or Z? How should we be thinking about the landscape? Hopefully, at the end of the day, what we come up with is 4 or 5 scenarios out of that we would actually go back to the board and FTLAC and say, okay, we heard what we heard from you, we heard from folks. Here's some scenarios we framed up. Does this give you a good range to that you think this will give you a good range decision space? And they say yes, and we go and we model those and we hang the outcomes of those out there, and we say, okay, now you're going to have a trade-offs discussion. You do a net present value, sort of a look at things. Well, you can't expect more than this from X attribute, or you can expect this from the other, right? Blah, blah, blah. They have the trade-offs discussion, and then the board sets those. But then more importantly, coming back around, we've got the board's idea of what they want through those targets, but then SBAC is really anchoring in with us and helping us come up with more discrete options around the implementation plan. And just really helps us as a group that way, and then we can start to think ahead. AOPs, right? And do that work. And we'll have a good idea of where we stand because of the modeling we're doing for the scenarios, but then it's just really kind of refining that. That's what we hope to achieve. I realize that all sounds really nebulous right now.
Well, I would just, and I think hopefully everybody will chime in at some point on this, but I think SVAC's highest value has been in a discussion space as opposed to a recommendation space. You know, so we would have a facilitated dialogue, you know, in interaction with the information you're providing us, and then that dialogue is captured. So it would be characterized, you know, most members felt this, some felt this was heard from others, this was, you know, because, you know, we don't want to get near that's been kind of a third rail problem for dismantling SBAC, that would be trying to come up with a motion and set a consensus or SBAC statement. That may not hold, you know, that may not be necessary anymore. I just, that's my experience, and then suspect it might still be the best place for us, but
that point of the value, this is as back as a sounding board, make sure we're not talking in an echo chamber, has been super valuable. I remember the days of we're gonna vote on this and the great schism. I don't think we ever want to go back there.
yeah, we never actually did, but it was like in outside the room, threatening to come in, and yeah, there was yelling and leaving, standing up and walking out. So that's to avoid that. That's where we, you know, came up with that facilitated.
I agree. I think it's a great place to summarize kind of what we talked about, and what we sort of all we didn't agree with necessarily as a group, but that, you know, some voices think this, and we've got some voices that think that, you know, just so the whole group is heard, and we don't necessarily give more credence.
Right. Also, it was because it was in this relationship space and it was facilitated. It was something way better than just everybody submitting a position paper and stapling them together. It ends up coming across just a lot more formative, informing tool.
I think a part of, you know, I was kind of thinking of Amanda's question earlier about kind of the geographic space that the performance measures play out on. And then also kind of the things that Tyson and Ron talked about that aren't necessarily performance measure based, but there are other things we're going to monitor, or that are goals and strategies within the FMP. And to me, that's kind of that is exactly where the implementation plans come in, because it shows kind of the starting point of the performance measures and goals as strategies at the beginning of the 10-year period, and what the expectation is at the end of the 10-year period, or what our goals and targets, or what thresholds we're trying to meet during that 10-year period. But some of that, I mean, we can make those really, really robust and have every single thing in there, and have a planning process